think makes that relationship different?
I can spoil him and send him back to his mama and daddy, okay? And I can spoil him and get him things that his mom probably say no, but then I can send him back to his mom because I'm not fully responsible for him.
What kind of relationship would you want to have with the parent, with the mate of your parent, the person? So cool, strong, and admirable enough for me to want them to take the role of leadership within that household. At that point, that was just me and my mom.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Evelyn. I'm here to introduce you to a new level of entertainment. The stars have aligned, connecting Brooklyn, New York, Sacramento, California, and Atlanta, Georgia. The team. Introducing Flatbush, Brooklyn's finest, the boss, Chef Chupino. Hailing from Sacramento, California, is Andrea Lynch. From the dirty South Atlanta, Georgia, is your boy, Victor Freeze Music, or just Vic.
Phone jump, it's the weekend. Dream come true with the big friends. Hitting on doors, that's a defense. Rolling with others, that offense. It me change, you let me peach. With a bull shaking to my maybe drop ins. So they don't buy, and I say, so they don't buy, you the kid play, baby, tell me what you want. Julian, I know you need fun. Ever since remember we been knocking at the door. Y'all be moving paper, we be running up the school. Y'all before that pillar, we was sleeping on the floor. West side Africa, you know the shit ain't cool. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Pop it, baby. Come roll with me. All night long. As times relax, my mind's relaxed. I got now from who got next. Here's my number, just send a text. You got a man and she responds, nah. Okay.
showing up. I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up. I'ma call your phone when I'm putting up. Whoever let you go must be dumb as fuck. Wait for. Girl, you so fine, I'll pay for. Fly you first class to LA for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Cause I don't care what you say.
I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long.
My nigga, I killed it. Night long. It's the part where you get your girl, nigga. Make sure she focused, nigga. Make sure you focus, nigga. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, hit it.
I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care.
That's a hit for your ass, nigga. Hit for your ass, nigga. Prophet the One. Follow me on all Instagram sites, PROPHETTHEONE. That's Prophet the One in case you couldn't spell. But if you could, you already got it. Like Prophet like God, and then duh like duh, nigga. And then one like nigga, I'm the motherfucking one, nigga. You can't miss it. Follow me now.
Let me talk.
Yo, man. Is your first file on the
Yo. Yes. It's your boy. Welcome for another night of intellectual debauchery, aka the movie. It's your boy, Chef Chupino, on deck. How you doing today, y'all? Let me get a one in the chat if you could hear your boy. Please. It's extremely important. It's extremely important that I make sure I do this the right way. Oh, there we go. Andrea with the one in the chat. All right, cool. So tonight, it's a special night that I'm sharing with you guys. And, you know, of course, I threw a little something on. You know what I mean? Try to get smooth for you guys. So, you know, tonight, even though they ain't finna be able to smell me, you know, I'm about to do my Kevin Samuels thing and sprinkle a little bit of this Tom Ford oud. Oud. Yeah, I know what oud is. Oud is agar wood or agar leather. And I'm going to sprinkle that on because I'm going to be with pardon me. I'm going to be in the company of some very beautiful sisters tonight. All right? So I need to know if Sacramento, because Brooklyn, aka Atlanta, is on deck. Sacramento, give me a thumbs up. Fellas, Sacramento gave me the thumbs up. So with the ladies we got on this piece tonight, I'm going to need you to get your MFN ones up. Let's go. Woo! Woo!
Yeah, how you doing tonight?
Andrea and on deck. You stunting on them. Tonight. What up, my friend?
Look at you stunting too tonight. Look, I can't let you be the only diva on here, okay?
Listen here. Watch this. I'm gonna do that light skin shit. You stay stunting, man. All right. Okay. Listen, guys, you see what we got on the screen over here. You see what we got on the screen over here. This is how we do it over at Chef's Place. Always come through. You know what I'm saying? Let me take this plastic off because I got to smell good. These ladies looking like that, even if they can't smell me. Time for it would. Even if they can't smell me, hold on. I'm gonna hit you with the. The watch this. The and then the other one. Oh, that ass. All right. Peace, KS. Thank you for the inspiration, my brother.
Hey,
Gotta get all the time. Hey, Andrea. Listen, because we got too much going in here. So let me just bring out all the hotness at one time. Let's do it. Introduce.
Hi.
Hey.
What's good?
We dressed up for you, mama.
You know, Chef, you like look like you smell good. You know what I
For
mean?
real, okay, for real.
You
Yo,
look
I
like
heard that
you
before.
smelling
I heard
good.
that before. Well, thank you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Listen here, even my farts smell like jasmine and patchouli.
Now, I don't know about all that, but I'm gonna say this.
Okay. Okay.
You look like you smell good right now. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you.
And
I just let him be the only diva on here, okay? Because he is a diva, okay?
Girl, you look beautiful. Like I was like, okay, let me fix my hair. I was trying to fix my hair.
I was like, look, I gotta make sure I gotta look right. I was like, Steph, make sure you dress up too,
I was
okay?
like, let me fix my hair and put on some lipstick. Y'all looking good.
Ladies, you thought it was Maybelline. You thought it was MAC. You thought it was Sephora. You thought it was all of these other things. You know what I mean? But it's actually Chef Chupino's channel that makes you extra beautiful. Yo,
funny.
What up, lady? How are both of you beautiful? Let me bring myself down, man. How are both of you beautiful sisters doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing good.
I am doing well now. I was stressed up until this moment. Now I'm good. Now I'm relaxed.
Yeah, stress happens, but I'm glad you were able to make it here.
Yes.
And I want to make a personal apology to the folks. There was a bit of a error that took place because of all three of us are in differing time zones. So in terms of the communication, I will take the error on my shoulders that, I thought 7:30 Eastern time, but it was 7:30 Central time. So I do apologize for you.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Well, for the record, y'all, what I'm doing is I'm falling on the sword for Andrea. You know what I'm saying? It was really her fault, but I felt as a leader, I will take it on myself. How about that? You know what I mean?
That's a real man right there.
Yes.
That's a real.
I appreciate
man. I appreciate it.
But man, listen. So I know that you got things to do, and you have a beautiful family that we were able to encapsulate a little bit of it in there. I hope you did enjoy the intro. I did a little digging and was able to find some things I felt like it was important.
I love that picture of me and my dad. Oh my God, I love seeing it.
Me too. Literally,
my dad is just like, I'm so close to my dad, so that was just so cute. I was like, oh, he found that picture. It's one of my favorite pictures.
Literally, what was funny was that picture was actually going to be the only one that I used, and it was actually going to be a part of the thumbnail, but I wanted to be a part of the intro. So,
I loved it. You snapped. I was like, oh, is this okay? This is me. All right. Yes.
I know. I told him, she said she loved it. I was like, it's nice.
And I'm like, I got different hairstyles, different, makeup shades. I was like, go ahead. You got every angle.
Oh, hell yeah. I made sure I was going to let them catch all of your catfishing phases.
I asked him, how did you play Mary J. Blige? How did you know that's the song to play? I was like,
come on, man. We dealing with black women, all right? Yeah. My life, if you look at my life and see what I've seen, you know, but I will say this, right? Before we get to showing the love to the comments, I wanted to make sure because, you know, how did I meet you? It wasn't through KWK. It was on Lapeef, the Lapeef Network, you know, and coming from me and my lady watching Kevin Samuels together, then the algorithm, you know, whipped me through MTR, and then it brought me to Lapeef and started watching, you know, Lapeef show. Turned out that B Nix, pardon me. B Nix was actually a line brother of somebody that worked with me, you know, at my corporate job. And also Lapeef JR went to the same school with them at the same time as well. So I watched the show. I loved it. I loved you. You were the first lady of that show, obviously, you know. And then when things happen, blah blah blah. But I rock with you, yo. I rock with you, and I'm glad to see your evolution.
Yes, I mean, I always knew we kind of knew each other before that. You know, like we had already knew. So it was, you know, unfortunate that we both landed in that space, the KWK. We could talk about that in the interview, but
God did that though. God did that.
But now, you know, the bonds that we are forming as a result of that is even better. So yeah, you know, it's good and bad. Yes, exactly. I probably would never be in this space and meet the people that I met, you know, be with the tea ladies. And shout out to everybody. I know you about to shout out everybody in the chat, but I wanted to shout them out because I see people like, oh, there go Don, there go Mr. O, you know. So I haven't seen those folks in a while.
Yeah, but, I was praying. Look, I was praying that we would have caught you because I know you were on. You were having your anniversary.
Yeah,
you know, in Dallas at the time when we were with me and E Blizzard.
Y'all was in Houston. Yeah,
right. I was like, literally, I was like, yo, bro. I will pay for them to get their asses out here. You get what I'm saying?
We were like, so we went back to the place that our first time we went somewhere. We went to Dallas together.
Oh.
So we went back there because it was just like we make the best of wherever we go. So we were like, everybody in Houston, like this is crazy, but we had so much stuff planned. But I wish I would have connected with y'all. But next time, you know, I can travel now.
That's what I'm saying. You know, so ladies and gentlemen watching, we have the beautiful Andrea Lynch and the beautiful Tawana G on stage with us tonight. You know, we've been on panels before, but tonight is Tawana's night. So welcome to the movie. So let's get this love fest popping. Dawn Frank, if you see this lady here, she is actually one of my real life friends. She's actually one of my lady's best friends as well. And awesome woman. She, if I didn't know her, literally, I give a situation, I might have been in jail. She helped save me in terms of searching certain situations. So if you see her pop up in the chat, she's solidified.
Okay, Dawn. Danique. I love Dawn.
Yeah, Dawn is a real one.
I love Dawn. Hi.
Danique, he was one of my early editors until he became a corporate phenom. And, you know, so even though corporate America stole him from us, that's still my guy. And they couldn't steal a piece of my heart. So that's my dude. Eat, work, and travel. Greetings. I appreciate you. And thank you for the like, share, and subscribe. Mika Marcel, one of the original A1 day ones in the spot. She is solid. You know what I mean? More solid than folks understand. Oh, and this guy here, he's one of the sexiest people on the planet. You know what I mean? But, you know, I let the world tell it. Gabrielle 7. He is the chairman and chief executive officer of the Chef Chupino channel. in Canada.
All right.
Right. He's the head of the fan club in Canada. Just hope he ain't like the fan club president that Selena had. You know what I mean? Because I got kids. You know what I mean?
Okay. We don't
Right. Love me, but don't love me that much. Who else we got? Who else we got? Let me see. Of course, we got crazy people in the house. Right. Who else? Oh, listen here, Tawana. This here, you watch 10 minutes of her stuff. You done found you your internet auntie.
All right.
I might be older than her. I just don't show my age that much, but her whole essence, yo, you could be living in Beverly Hills. And if you just want to remember that wonderful lady from the block that used to always give you good information when you needed to, Miss Tita Talks. Nice. We love us some Tita. We look at Tita. She tells you on her show, all right, y'all, and she does it in the daytime. All right, y'all, listen, you know the deal. You don't leave you got to make your bed. And she will make her bed on the show with music in the background. Miss Tita got almost 5,000 subs too. So she's not a small fry in this piece here. You know what I mean? She's a winner, man. And you see this picture here? She's catfishing y'all. Go to her community tab and see her when her hair is down. You ain't gonna be Miss Tita. It's gonna be like, hey Tita.
Hey Tita.
Right. Hey, so Tita Talks catfishing y'all too. Diesel TV. Okay. You see this dude right here? Let me hear it. Okay, shut up, Andrea. You hear? She's like, okay. Right. You know, people have triggers. This is Andre's positive trigger. Right.
That's so funny.
This dude right here, this dude has probably 9,000 subs. He is a police chief. He's a police chief, a gun enthusiast, you know, in the state of North Carolina.
Nice.
And he's just a cigar lover and a cool ass brother. And officially my favorite gun channel behind Demolition Ranch and Colia Noir. All right.
Yeah.
My guy, Diesel TV. And he's also a brother that, you know, it creates a high degree of moisture within the ladies.
Shout out to Mika, Tita Talks, and Diesel TV. Shout out to y'all.
Yes. Mr. O is just living. You know him. He's the king of Houston. Yo, if you were in Houston, Mr. O took care of us.
Oh, yeah. I believe it.
He's a mysterious character. What kind of dude did you know drives around in a bulletproof Suburban with his own driver? Mr. O is the real one, yo.
A safe one.
Okay, a safe one. Okay.
He's that dude. All right. Who
Great.
else we got? Because I want to get to this show. Diesel. Victorious Lachey, one of the original for the movie. We did Foster Care, the movie. She was the star of that one, and she was awesome. I appreciate you for sharing. I know you at work, my sister, but thank you. Erin Laura. Oh, yeah. She is our Caucasian persuasion. Okay.
Hi, Erin.
But she's so amazing.
Yes, she is.
Give
us great feedback. She gives us great feedback.
Man, she gives paragraphs, but they're so lucid.
Nice.
So listen, I showed the love. Let's talk.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. So let me do this because I want to make sure that I put you where you need to be, sis. Hold on. Boom. So, Tawana G. So, to give you the disclaimer, the way it works is we're going to be doing a screenplay to the movie of your life. All right. You'll be able to choose. We'll be able to choose what actor plays you, but we can have different actors play you at a certain point in your life. So don't worry about that.
Okay.
All right? So let's get this started. Tawana, I want you to tell me about as early as you can remember. I can remember till I was about 2 years old, but as early as you can remember, the 4 or 5-year-old Tawana, right? Tell me what you remember.
Ooh, as young as let me say, I'll say that at a very young age, I was I was always like a daddy's girl. My dad, like, he did whatever I asked, basically. And so I used to want to eat a big bowl of cereal. I was 3 maybe, and my mom used to be like, she's gonna waste it, but my dad would let me have it. It'd be a big bowl, and he'll pour it in there. He'll let me sit and watch Sesame Street because that's what I like to watch. I had a big bird that I carried with me everywhere, and it was like a real big bird that talked and like all this stuff. So I had that big bird. Me, like, so little, I'm dragging this little big bird everywhere. So I remember, like, my mom and dad, like, still together at that time, and just me, being spoiled and being, like, treated like a little princess, and my mom used to say that I would only want to wear dress shoes and dresses, like, and she would be like, no, we're not going to, like, church. And I would be like, I don't care. This is what I want to wear. And then my dad would be like, let her wear it, So then she would have to let me wear it. And she used to be like, you just want everything you wanted, So
that reminds me of me and my 6-year-old.
Yeah, so that's what I remember, like, when I was super young. And it didn't really change much when I got older. I just got siblings that took away from some of my stuff, But
how many siblings did you have?
So I have 3 sisters, and my sisters, one of my sisters, she's only 2 years, we're only 2 years apart. So she was literally like a baby when I was 2. And then my other sister, we're 8 years apart. So it's just like a big gap between us. But now that we're over 30, we're all like super close, But
Are you in the middle?
I am the oldest of all my siblings. So my mother had 3 with my father, but then my dad, he had 5 other children. So I have sisters and brothers on my dad's side. And I actually have a brother who is younger than my son.
Dad is a soldier.
So
that's a Viagra commercial, man.
My dad his wife was just like maybe a few years older than me, like not that much older than me, actually. And I have a 10-year-old brother, and my son is 13. So wow. My son is older than his uncle, basically.
Yeah. By the way, you have beautiful children. You have a beautiful family.
Thank you.
Because of the quagmire and the jungle that these YouTube spaces are.
Yeah.
I'm not going to. I did not want to put the entirety of your family on there. You follow what I'm saying?
Thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, because it's not protected. This space isn't protected. So
they're beautiful.
I agree with you.
Yeah, yes. And I even had clips from the wedding. You know what I mean? It's Chris, right?
Yes, Chris. That's my husband.
Yeah, right. And what I mean, when if y'all know the weddings where the husband the groom has to pull the garter, I mean, he was hitting it, and I was like, you know what? I said for me,
and I was like,
yeah, I see it. But after a few things that happened a while back in these YouTube spaces, I said YouTube's seen enough of him at this point. I wanted to get a brother's piece, but I salute him, man. There's certain things that happen. All I could say is Mr. G, right?
Yes. Yep, Mr.
Chris,
G.
Yo, I salute you, my G, and I understand. All right. Even with connections to other parties and friendships with other parties, I understand you're a gangster and you don't have to do any more in this space. What you did was enough to show your love for your queen. Yeah. And I'll leave it at that, Yes. So, look at that. Mr. O showing off. He subbed to both of your channels.
Yes, right.
And we're going to make sure we get those in there as well. before the end of the night. So you told us about
E Black. I saw him.
You
in
already
the
know, Blizzy in the spot. He's in the
What's
spot.
up, E Black?
And for the record, you can catch Tawana, Andrea Lynch, and Erica Hunter. That's T-E, Tawana, E, Erica, A, Andrea, T.
The T
The
lady.
T ladies. Giving you the tea on all of the good stuff that is
All the tea.
right. All of the stuff that get, and you're the T and T. All of the tea from the reality shows that exist. What was really funny, side note, is y'all talk about married with medicine. You know, it was funny, and they talk about Dr. Jackie Walters actually delivered my daughter.
Oh,
so,
nice.
Yeah,
she's booked and busy now, honey. But yeah,
she's in Atlanta, and she, so
she seems like an amazing doctor. I would love to have her as a doctor.
Let's put it like this: maybe I'm old, but she almost brought me to tears. She's a real one, and if y'all understand, one day when we do my story, she brought me to tears, and that lady is a soldier. She's a real one. You see her on screen, she's even better than on screen, y'all. All right? But it's not her show, though. Look at Mr. O. Look at him. Oh, man. Look, I forgot he got a wrench. He went to the day one wrench crew. So let's go back to it now. You talked about, what you remember and your love for your daddy. So now I want to kind of move. So if you remember, give them a little texture because this is a movie. We have to have a score. Do you remember what was one of your favorite songs you can remember from those times when you really enjoyed that youthful age with your dad?
Ooh, when I was a baby. So I was like a Disney movie buff. And I used to do all the sing-alongs, like the Little Mermaid, the Lion King. Like I know every last song because that's what I used to do. So when it comes to that, like most of it was like, I liked all of it, but Little Mermaid was one of my favorites. I did like Beauty and the Beast too, though, y'all. But Little Mermaid was my favorite, and I love that one song when she's like, she's trapped, and she wants to get out of the sea. She wants to escape, and so she's just singing about how she just want to be free. So I think that was probably one of my favorites as a kid. I loved it. I used to tell my dad to play it all the time, like just play this song. He got me a sing along. We used to have VHS tapes. I know y'all don't know what that is. Yeah. But I had a VCR back then, so and my VCR, I'm having my little sing-alongs in there. So that's the type of stuff I used to love when I was a kid. And me and my sister, we both loved it. So that's the kind of stuff we did. That was one of my I feel like that was probably my favorite song because I would play that one back to back. As early as I can remember, because I think that came out in maybe 93, so I can't quite remember nothing before that because I used to just watch Sesame Street, Sesame Street and Mr. Rogers and stuff like that.
So Tawana is trying to tell y'all that she's actually about 24 years old, y'all.
Or maybe I was a kid at heart. That's the safest set. But when I was really little, when you get in the 90s and stuff, I got my favorites in the 90s, the Maya and Ashanti's and all that. But
okay.
But definitely when I was younger, it was the Disney stuff. It was. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, we on Lock Nation. Hello.
Yeah. Real deal, man. I like this guy, man. He seen Super Macho in the beginning. We had a little funny interaction on one show.
Yeah.
But then he came to one of my shows. And do you know that he sang for Andrea?
Yes, he did. Mm-hmm.
What?
He sang a Music Soul Child song.
Nice.
And listen, he doesn't have to be exactly like Usher. He doesn't have to be like the rest of them, but his rendition, it gave a lot of heart. And the reason I'm bringing that up to you is because he put everything else down, the ego, the pride, and he gave a gift to her, regardless of what people would say.
Yeah.
Yes.
Today, I deep down, especially because that day when you did that show, when you stood up and actually showed people your stomach, that was so pivotal, man. And it showed me your strength. I'm just foreshadowing a little bit because this is movie stuff, but you showed me your strength. And even me and my lady, it was like, oh, what? And it changed a lot. And it made me have so much more respect for you, you know?
Yeah.
So the same thing with him. He was able to, you know, women are expected to express and men are expected to just bite our upper lip and walk it off.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
He did not bite his upper lip and walk it off. He delivered an emotional performance for her. And you, as a woman who is expected to share and cry and all of this, we watched you soldier and gangster up. and then stand up, fam. No, I'm gonna give you to New York. Yo, son, you stood up. And we saw that you were creating life. And it was like, whoa.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So that person, I want you to tell me about when Tawana G was getting ready for her first day of middle school, right? If you could remember what song. So we talking about 11, 12-ish. What song was your favorite song at that time? And if you remember what your first outfit for middle school was.
Middle school. Okay, so a little bit about me. I went to Catholic school my like most of my life. Okay. Only the last couple years I went to a public school. And then of course in college that was public. I didn't go to a private college. So we wore brown. We had a brown plaid skirt, a white shirt, and then a brown vest that matched the skirt. The skirt was like plaid brown, so it was mostly brown, but it had like black and other stuff in it. So that's literally what I wore for 8 years. So I went to that school and my mom brought us a new one. And so
you went from 1st to 8th grade?
Yes. So I went to this school called Holy Angels Catholic School, and I literally went there for the entire time, and that's what we wore. And we had to wear brown shoes. It was really strict. We had to wear
your
brown
ass wasn't even Catholic.
Yeah, I am Catholic. I was baptized in 92.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, I was baptized Catholic in 92, and I went through all the sacraments as well. So it's like several sacraments.
Confirmation, you went through baptism, confirmation, first communion.
All the way to marriage. The only thing I didn't do is death. But I went through most of the confirmation. So yeah, I am actually baptized Catholic. And so I went to that school. I still have friends from my elementary school, my middle school, like that I'm still friends with to this day. So I just, kind of remember that. We were the popular girls in the school. I'll say that. I'm gonna be confident in that. Okay. So and I don't know if people know, but I went to middle school with JR, and so I knew him since middle school. So he went to the same school that I went to. Yeah.
She's referring to Lapeef JR, the emperor.
Yeah.
The grand emperor of the Lapeef network.
Right.
Wonderful, beautiful.
So that's how I knew him, and anyway, to even get connected to that show. But yeah, I was in middle school. So we liked, Aaliyah back then. We liked, we was jamming, like Aaliyah was the shit. Then Maya, and then I liked Ashanti, you know what I'm saying? Like those were my people back then. But it was some people who liked Murder Inc. You know what I mean? And that whole little thing. And then it was the people who like Diddy and his whole little, you know what I mean? I was a Mace. I loved Mace. Like, oh my God. I don't know why I loved Mace, but I loved him. Like he was just like, oh yeah, you turn on some Mace. That was my stuff. And I was always the girl that liked, you know, the hip hop too. You know what I'm saying? Like I liked hip hop, but I messed with the girls too. I liked it. Ashanti was one of my favorite albums at that time, I think. Like it was, I don't know, it was the Blue Album. I can't think of what the name of it is. And I actually just saw the Murder Inc. documentary. And I was like, oh, I love that album. And so I had that. So those was like what I was listening to back then. But you know, it was listen, they was playing Aaliyah like back to back.
Yes. Oh, wearing her out.
Yeah, and in Chicago, you know, it's a stepper city. You know what I mean? So people step. So At Your Best was like that song that everybody was playing at the time, you know, because it was just like that's, you know, she partnered with R. Kelly. That was the song, you know, back in the 90s. So that's what we was listening to. So stuff like that, you know, this Mace, Diddy, you know, we liked Bad Boy, we liked Murder Inc. We was, you know, it was a beef for who liked which one and which one is the best, you know, and everybody, you know, it was that kind of stuff going on. That girly music.
Girly music. Well, I gotta be girly music, okay?
Like my mom, she was like a Usher fan. She was like, she liked Kim, you know. So I knew about that type of stuff too, even though I was, because my mom, you know, in the car, she ain't playing no Aaliyah and whatever we want to listen to. She was playing what she liked. And so we listening to Brian McKnight and, you know, Kim in the car. And she's like, this is what I'm listening to. This is what I want to hear. I'm like, all right. So my mom was like kind of that, you know, in that era. And then if I'm with my grandma, you know, we listening to, you know, disco 80s, you know, that kind of music. Old Dusties, that's what she used to like to listen to. So I got a wide range. And, you know, when you got a single mother, because eventually my mom and dad broke up or divorced.
How old were you?
They weren't together
when they divorced.
I was in 6th grade when they divorced.
So right you were 12 years old.
About 12, about 11 or 12 when they divorced. Yeah. So
how did you? Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah. So eventually it was like my grandma was kind of picking us up. Like it was a different environment once my dad wasn't, you know, when they weren't together anymore. So yeah.
So I love the fact where you mentioned your father and you mentioned your dad, right? Yeah. And the thing is, you know, I've said it on my channel. I had 2 fathers. My mom and my mother and father divorced. They separated when I was 3. They divorced when I was 5. And, you know, by the time I was 7, almost 8 years old, my mom married, you know, a very close friend who's a friend of the family. His family is a friend of the family as well. And they were together for a long time, but they ended up divorcing when I was a teen. And I loved the man so much. Years later, when he passed, I was one of the people that carried his coffin. So you just expressed a love. You just expressed your dad and also the love for the man that chose to, you know, be with your mom afterwards. Tell me about that. Tell me about him. What made him special to you?
I mean, she was with him for a long, like up until college almost. My mom was with him for a long time. He was around. And like you said, they ended in divorce as well, but he was around for most of my life, you know, from my teenage years all the way till like I was an adult and over, like 25. Like when I graduated, came home and was still living at home, he was still there. So I had a bond with him. Mostly me, my sisters really didn't, but mostly me, I had a bond with him, you know, because he was like, I don't know. He was just like, I gravitated toward him. I was more social. My sisters was like, my daddy, only my daddy. Like I was more open to getting to know him and everything.
You chose him.
Yeah.
In those situations, you realize a lot of times when you hear them people talking about, and in these manosphere spaces, they talk about women with children, and they don't want to be with women with children. And how old were you when they got together?
My mother, I was what, 13?
Okay.
And my sister was what? My sister was 11, and then my other sister was younger than that because I'm 8 years older than her. So
look at that. In these spaces, they normally state we don't want to pick a woman with kids over 3 years old or so because of the relationship and everything. No. But it seems like, and especially the honor that you gave him, it was, you put him up there with your father and you gave him the title dad, right?
Yeah.
So it shows the high degree of importance. I felt like as a kid, I chose my stepdad. He was so cool and everything that I chose. When we talk about submission and all of that and being with somebody and you choosing to submit, I literally wanted my mom to marry him. I celebrated, and tears came to my eyes as a little kid, when I knew that he proposed to her and that she accepted. I acquiesced and wanted to put myself under his leadership, So the fact that you did it at such an old age, what was it about him?
Well, when he came in, our lives got better. Like he took care of all the bills in the house. Like my mom had more, like she had more resources to do stuff for us. Like he literally changed our lives and our situation. So it was just like he helped me actually, get a job, and like he just helped me so much. He did everything like I was his daughter, and he had a son that I call my brother, so it was just like literally he came in, and my mom, like she always was kind of like to me in positions where she was the one taking care of everything, but then with him, he came in and he was taking care of everything. My mom really was doing like the extra stuff, like buying the groceries and like taking care of the smaller bills, and he was paying for the big bills. So I appreciated that about him and everything. So yeah, but my dad was still in my life, and he respected my dad, and my dad had a respect for him too. So I appreciated that too.
Okay. Yep. And before we continue, I want to send a special shout out to my brother, my little brother, Sir Hale Speaks Network, sending love to us over there. Wait, I gotta give it to y'all real quick. Hold on, I gotta do this right. How to do this right.
Oh, I was like, what's that?
Ladies and gentlemen, the show has just taken a turn.
It's taking a turn.
My guy. Peace, Sir Hale. And thank you for that $5 Super Bowl, my brother. I appreciate you. And peace to APTV. Absalom, I told you keep inspiring me, bro. Because of you and Derek C. Williams, I created my own Odyssey account as well. So I'll be on. Thank you. He's a good dude. Yeah, So now I'm about to start peeling back layers of the onion, Tawana. You know what I mean? We spent a few minutes honoring Dad, right?
Yeah.
Let's talk about Daddy, or your father. How was your relationship with him?
You talking about my biological father, right? Like
yes.
I'm real close to him. We are like talk every day. Like just called him right before this show. I have a real good relationship with my dad. People say I'm like him a lot. My dad was like a very spiritual person, a very like in tune with everything around you, and he gave me a lot of insight. And he always had my back. Always have my back, no matter what. My dad gonna be right there to figure it out with me. And so now that he's older and like he's retired and stuff, I always got his back, and I always make sure whatever he need, he know I'm gonna do it, which irritates me to this day. Because he calls me and asks for crazy stuff, and he know I'm gonna make sure he get it, So yeah, I have a really like like this with my dad.
Oh, that's nice.
Okay, that's awesome. So normally you ladies tend to glean a lot of energy and power and finesse and all of that stuff for your moms. Tell me about mama. Tell me about
My mommy is, she's like the sweetest lady. I don't know where she got me from because I don't have none of her sweet, innocentness. But my mommy, she's just so sweet. She's just very nice, and she's like a firecracker though. That I did get from her. She is definitely a firecracker, and she is not no pushover at all. You ain't gonna get over on my mama, not at all. But she had 3 kids, like she took care of us and she made sure we were good. She kept us out of certain environments. And if she saw us in the wrong environments, she would make an adjustment and make us flip it up. Like she was really instrumental in just me and my sisters just, going to college, on the right track, making sure we wasn't having babies at as teenagers. And like she was on us. She was just on us. She always told us like education was important. She was like, y'all got to get y'all education. Like y'all got to, get up out of here. Y'all got to be able to take care of y'allself. And she always wanted us to have that. So she made it happen. She made it happen with little to nothing, so I respect her because she was a pharmacist. She was a pharmacist tech, at like Walgreens, but she did that for years. And then she like worked part-time at a hospital in their pharmacy as a tech, And so she used to work 2 jobs just to support us and keep us in Catholic school because she really couldn't afford it. It was tough on her, but she knew she just didn't want us in public school. She didn't want us in that environment because we lived in the hood. Like we lived in Inglewood. We lived where she could afford, but she was like, I'd rather live here, be able to sacrifice so I can get y'all in a better environment, And then she was a neat freak. Like crazy neat. Like if she saw something that wasn't like straight, it was like, why are y'all messing up? Like literally we be trying to clean the house before we know she was coming home because we knew she was gonna come in clowning, and we running, me and my sister throughout the house. We trying to clean up before my mama get in the house, and she never was happy with what we did. So she was always like, this ain't that, y'all ain't clean it. So we was just, she literally is the cleanest person I've ever met in my life.
How did that rub off on you?
Listen, listen, I'm clean, don't get me wrong, but I ain't my mama clean. She come over my house and want to clean it. I'm like, Ma, sit down, please. Stop, don't clean my house. Like, I like to be clean, but my mom let it take over her life. Like, she could not go nowhere if the house wasn't the way she wanted it. She didn't want to do too much. We couldn't go in certain rooms. And I just was like, I never let my kids live like that. Because we were scared to go in the bathroom because my mama was going to snap if anything was out of order. My mom was not. She was like OCD with the cleaning.
So you talking about, I got to cut you up. I may cut you up a couple of times. It's not disrespect.
No, it's not.
But remember, I'm directing this movie. Right? I know actors want to change their lines and stuff, right? So I'm going to say this. The way you're talking about mom, when they have parents, if they got parents that both of their mama and daddy smoked cigarettes or smoked weed or drank a lot of times, and y'all know those friends, that kid may not smoke a thing, drink a thing ever, right? So you almost talked about mama cleaning the house and keeping it spick and span like it was a trauma. So that made me think that you be keeping your shit junky. So next week, y'all, we're going to be doing Brother Chris Gillian, the movie. All right. And we're going to let Terrence Howard, Terrence Howard play him.
Let me tell you this, like my husband would not tolerate the house being dirty. He would not tolerate that. So that ain't happening. Trust me. I'm not OCD clean like my mama, but it got to be clean. You know what I mean? Like, because I grew up in a clean house. But I can't be like my mama. We having parties and she cleaning up while the party, happening. So it's like she can't even enjoy the Christmas gathering because she want to clean up and have the house clean before everybody, leave. That's how my mother was. Like, I'm the kind of person where it's like, while we kicking it, I want to kick it with my family. I want to get to know them. I want to chill with them. I want to have fun with them. I want memories with my family. My mom, she was always in. All we remember is like, oh, she was cleaning. Wasn't my mom was back there cleaning, So now it's like when I have stuff here, she don't have to clean. I'm like, nope, you don't have to do nothing, Ma. You sit here, get to, hang with your grandkids and stuff, get to know them. Like, don't worry about cleaning. We got this, because that's just how she was. And my mom don't drink. She don't drink no liquor at all. So, I drinks all the liquor because my mama don't drink.
How old is mama right now?
Huh?
How old is mama right now?
She's 58. Yeah, she's
58. So she about 8 years older than me. All right, send me her P.O. box. I'm gonna send her a bottle of Uncle Nearest. We finna change that.
No, my mama don't drink. You gonna give it to me? You want this Uncle Number? What's this? New mama. I don't know what this is.
Right, Uncle Nearest, yeah.
And gave it to me. My mama, she won't drink. She's never smoked, and she just won't do it. But like my youngest sister is just like her. But me and Toya, we like. Where the rose? Give us a bottle. And she don't want us to drink around her, my mom. So it's like disrespectful to her, you know what I'm saying? If we like drinking around her. So, she just got comfortable with that like recently, now that I'm like almost 40. Like, can I have a drink around you, mama now?
They feel like it's like you're still a child.
Yeah. That's how they treat it. Yeah, that's how she look at it. Like, she don't want to see us drunk. I mean, she definitely don't want to see us drunk.
So I'm about to pick your informational pocket at this point.
What's that?
So we passed middle school.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna go to high school.
Yes.
The day before the first day of high school, when you got your whole first day of school outfit laid out, right? So I'm going to ask you some specific questions because, of course, we know Tawana is a beautiful, beautiful soul, right? And a beautiful lady.
Thank you.
She's also petite, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or the way they used to say in old school, she a little bit.
I'm little.
Right?
Yeah, I'm little.
So when you were starting high school, do you remember your height at the time, the day before you started freshman year of high school?
I do, because I've been the same height since 8th grade.
Oh, snap.
I haven't literally gotten any taller since 8th grade. I've been 5'4" since 8th grade.
Holy snap. Andrea.
I have not gotten any taller.
Huh? 5'4"?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Tell them, Andrea. Tell him.
I'm 5'2".
What? You a little bit too?
She catfishing the whole universe. Andrea catfishing the universe.
I was tall in 8th grade because I'm 5'4" in 8th grade, right? I was not tall, but I was taller than most of the girls. But then once you start getting to high school, the girls get a little taller. So, now I'm I'm a shorty. I'm like, I'm shorty. Okay. Shorty do I. So, yeah.
Peace to Sir Hale. Peace to Erin Laura. She found some people with plastic on the furniture. Yeah. You come from that era.
Oh, my mama wouldn't put no plastic because you can't sit on her couch. What you mean? You don't need no plastic because y'all ain't gonna mess with my damn couch. So
Thank you.
You know, the living room. You can sit everywhere but the living room.
Don't sit don't even go in there.
Yeah.
And nobody, not your friends, not your mama's even sisters, to be able to sit on that couch, it had to be like the Pope. You get what I'm saying? Coming through.
That's
all
it.
Right.
I'm like, you got this cute little furniture for I don't know why, because ain't nobody gonna sit on it. That's how
right. Peace to Gabrielle for that $2 Super Bowl. my guy. I appreciate you. And then we have somebody's pushing back on y'all. Oh, wrong one. Sorry. Boom. E Black said 5'4", 5'2". Y'all talk like y'all 6'2".
You wouldn't be able to tell. Okay. I don't back down to them 6'2" either.
Okay.
Well, I seen it. I seen it myself. So let's talk, Tawana.
Yeah.
So I want you to tell me if you remember, because you said, so that was 14. I don't know if you share your current age right now to these folks out here. If not, I'll skip past that. Go ahead.
I will. I mean, I'm 38.
You're 38. So that's 24 years ago.
Right.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
20 years ago is 2.
Whoa, 20 years ago.
Plus another 4. So you're talking about 98.
98. 98. That's what we used to do.
And here's the beautiful point about it. 98, that was when Mary J. Blige, My Life, was released. Ooh. That was when Jay-Z, Hard Knock Life, was released. That was when Where I Wanna Be by Donnell Jones was released.
Ooh, that's my
There was 98 was heavy in terms of music. Do you remember? Do you think you can remember around your freshman year of high school what was your song back then?
Ooh, around my freshman year.
Peace, Buccanino.
Now that was 98. I mean, geesh. I know I listened to all that stuff you named, but can I remember like what was the hit that I was listening to? I can't. I don't know why. I can't remember.
Because you're talking about 98, right?
I mean,
98. Too Close by Next.
I know Donnell Jones holds
it hard for me. The Boy Is Mine, Brandy and Monica.
Oh,
you're still the one by Shania Twain.
I was first of all, I was a Brandy fan. Like I loved Brandy. Like so, ain't no way it wasn't no Brandy song I was listening to. I know like Waiting to Exhale was kind of big, right? In the 98 was Waiting to Exhale.
KC and JoJo. All My Life.
Oh yeah, All My Life, of course.
Usher, Nice and Slow.
I was a 90s for real, like core 90s baby. So all the songs that was hitting in the 90s, I was listening to. I probably know them by heart because I definitely know all of Donnell Jones, his whole album.
I got one for you. My Way.
Oh yeah.
My Way.
Oh, we love
Usher. It was
and
98 was a great time.
Don't check me. It was your girl that let me.
Right. To Be Loved said she was at the club outside
in 98.
Wait. I just need to make sure. She might have been broke. So are you saying that you was outside the club in 98?
She said she was in the club and outside. You know what that means.
Right. So I want you to tell me about within your high school life, whatever you feel is pivotal, the things that made the positive Tawana, and then the things that took place that put that fire in Tawana where she was like, fuck that, I ain't finna take that shit. I want to know about what made you happy.
Listen, Inglewood did that to me. I was young that didn't play no damn games back in 6th grade. But in high school, I went to Josephina and it was an all-girl high school. So wasn't no ironing my clothes, getting ready for we didn't care what the hell we wore in no all-girl high school. That's what I loved about it. I ain't damn near have to do my hair if I want to. It was just more of a relaxed environment, but we wore uniform. So for my first 3 years of high school, I wore uniform. I wore a little white khaki shirt, and then we had these pants that we had to wear that was a weird color. And that was what I wore when I went there. So basically, I think like that first couple years that I was there was a lot that happened. I was super involved in the school. The school was really small. So I was in everything you could think about. I was the president of, the student body. I was doing everything, and I was a real good student. I had this one teacher. He was a male teacher. He came there, a Black male teacher. Okay. Now, Josephina had nuns. They had teachers of other races. He was really one of the only Black teachers in that school. So initially, it's a very small population of us, because it was mostly Hispanic and then there was white, right? The Black, we wanted to like him because we like, he's a Black teacher, he teaching math, whatever. Like, we gonna get to know him. And like, me and that teacher, we was like oil and water. Right. I was literally like midway through pressing, like putting charges on him. He was, how do I say this? He sexually harassed me like at a young age. He would like keep me out. He would keep me there for little offenses, say that I was doing stuff in the classroom that I wasn't really doing, and have me in detention, so to say. And then he would be trying to make moves on me, asking me questions and stuff. And I guess he thought I was just going, no, I told on him. So like the very next day, like they did investigations. So he ended up getting fired from the school.
So wait, I gotta cut you off now. Normally I don't just interrupt, but this is my shit. So when you said made moves on you, right? Yeah. Can you give the folks a little more detail, or as much detail as you feel humanly possible to do? There's folks that ask questions.
He would touch my shoulder, or he would get really touchy. He would ask me for my number, ask me if I wanted to go eat. I was 15, so I was like, I don't, like I was all the way on another side of town, because my school was north and I live south. So I was just like really out of my element, you know what I'm saying? And my like classmates would be like, that's weird. He shouldn't be keeping you after school like that. You know what I'm saying? He didn't do it initially. It's like he did it in phases. Like he would do little stuff. And then the last thing he did, he was like, he touched me and like that, like he touched my shoulder. He didn't touch me anywhere inappropriate, but he touched my shoulder. And like, he was just like, I jumped, and he was just like, what's wrong with you? Like, whatever, and then I'm like, I don't want you to touch me. And he was like, I mean, you almost grown. Like you almost, you know what I mean? Like you ain't never had a man touch you before. And I was like, why are you telling me stuff like this? It was just a weird conversation. And eventually I was just like, I'm leaving, right? Mm-hmm. He told the school that I didn't serve my detention and I got belligerent. So like when I came to school the next day, I was actually in trouble for leaving detention, right?
What did your mom say?
My mom I didn't even tell her. Isn't that crazy? I didn't tell mom. I didn't tell
the equivalent.
I didn't tell my mom.
The equivalent of that, what that is, right?
I didn't even tell my dad.
You were in detention and he was a detention teacher / monitor.
Right.
And what he did was took advantage of the situation, considering that you were in there for a negative reason.
Right.
He's the equivalent of that, a CO or corrections officer in jail, in a woman's jail, attempting to smash one of the inmates in there.
Yeah, and then he would say I did stuff that I didn't do, and that's how I would get in detention. You know what I mean? It would be like, I didn't even do that. Yes, she did. She's lying and all this type of stuff. So it was like my word against his, So he would just And I didn't tell my mom because, like you said, I thought I was gonna get in trouble. I don't know. I felt like maybe at the time I just didn't know why I didn't tell her. Maybe I just felt like it was too much for her to know. And I just felt like whatever. It was like I handled it. I went to detention and I was done. But that day, when I came to school, they were like, "You're in trouble for leaving detention early." I'm like, "What?" So he told y'all I just left. I'm like, "No." He was propositioned to me. Like I told them what he did, and they were like, "Oh, wait." So then I was in the library. They didn't make me go to class that day with him. And then I was in the library, and they was like, they had to investigate because like teachers are in whatever unions or whatever they in, right?
Right.
Yeah, they had to do a proper investigation. While they were investigating, they had me with a private tutor person I was in the library pretty much for that class period until he got terminated from the school. And it took a little bit. I don't know how long. It wasn't like a long time, but I was doing work, but I just had a one-on-one teacher versus being in the classroom with everybody else. That's how they handled it at that time.
So did they tell your mom why you was in the classroom?
Yeah. So then my mom eventually found out what happened and everything. After that. And she was like, "Why didn't you tell me that teacher was like keeping you after school and stuff?" And I was just like, she was like, "Don't ever do that again. Like, tell me right away." So it was that kind of conversation. And so I didn't tell my dad because my dad had 9 uncles. And
Gangster.
They gonna.
I heard that breath. That's the gangster breath.
I don't want to, I didn't want that kind of attention because my dad will go to jail. Like,
let me pause you for a second.
Yeah.
Folks, y'all don't understand sometimes when people don't report certain crimes or certain things that took place to them or certain offenses, affronts, assaults, whatever you want to call it. A lot of times they don't go report it, not because they don't want to do something to the offending party. What it is because they know that their support system is that hard, that gangster, that bury your body in the desert, that they don't want Unc to get in trouble.
I don't want that blood on my hands. I mean, if I need to, okay. But I told my dad when I got older, and he was like really upset. But then, I was older already, and then what's pivotal in my high school is that year that I ended up transferring to a public school called Dunbar. And it was a co-ed school. I had never been into a public school ever.
Was that after they split?
You talking about after
mom and step pops and
no, they were still together. They were still together. Yeah, they were still together at this time. Yeah, my mom was still married, and I was going to Dunbar or whatever. And my friend, one of my best friends went there or whatever, because she went to an all-girl high school too, and then her mom, couldn't afford it anymore. So then we ended up both going to Dunbar. Basically, that's typically what happened. And I went there junior year, so everybody was like, "Who is this girl like coming in here?" I didn't have no clothes because I wore uniform, so I had. Dunbar, they had name brand from head to toe. Them girls was like looking totally different from me. I come in there with like JC Penney, Burlington clothes, like ain't no name on none of my clothes because my mom ain't believe in that. So I just look totally different from those girls. And I started going there, and it was just like a totally different experience. I'm talking about fights in the hallway, cussing people out. I'm like, ain't nobody gonna stop this. Like they just can beat people up, and it's crazy. Like I was at lunch, and a girl got beat up, like sitting right next to me. Like somebody just came up to her and was like, pop, 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 just popping her in her face. I was like, like where am I at? Dunbar was rough. It was rough.
So,
it was rough.
Just in terms of giving a little bit of familiarity with Dunbar.
Yeah.
Dunbar was called Dunbar Vocational High School,
Career
or
Academy, yeah.
Dunbar Vocational Career Academy, right? It's a 4-year vocational high school, and where it's located is in the area within that's called Bronzeville, not Bronxville, but bronze, like gold, silver, bronze. It's Bronzeville. It opened in 42, and it's operated by the Chicago City Schools or the Chicago Public School System. And it was literally named after, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the poet laureate Paul Laurence Dunbar.
Yes.
All right.
The poet.
So we're about to switch now. We're about to switch.
Okay.
Because at this point now, I'm gonna get a little spicy. You have already gone through some of the throes of puberty by the time you hit Dunbar.
That's right.
All right. So I need you to talk about the impact of the boys on you and what you learned from them during that time frame.
Yeah, like I always was able to get a boyfriend. Like I just always was able to, like, we all dated the same little boys in elementary school, right? We all, like, my friend dated him one week, then next week it was my boyfriend, and it was vice versa. Like we all had our favorite one that nobody could date. Like that was our boo that we on and off. But when I got to high school, that's when I met my first love. And he chased me down them hallways every day. I mean, he coming in classrooms that he.
Are you talking about Chris?
No.
Sorry.
No.
My bad.
My first love. I didn't know Chris. I didn't know Chris existed in high school. We didn't know each other. We weren't affiliated. And I met this my first love. I met him in high school. He chased me down. Act like, I was just, oh my God, the finest thing. He would follow me. Oh, I want to be with you, all this other stuff. And I was just like, Red, leave me alone. Because that's what they call him, Red, because he was high yellow. I'm like, leave me alone. You're going to get me in trouble. Like, what is wrong with you? And he was just like wine and dine me. That's how he was. That's how he got me. He wined and dined me. And whole time had another girlfriend at the school. Another girlfriend, like a whole girlfriend, acting like he was so in love and I'm single and this, that, and the third. Once I started liking him, found out he had a girlfriend. So now me and this girl, both beautiful girls, like, just she was younger than me. She was a year younger than me. So it was just so funny. So we eventually he just chose me, right? So I wasn't trying to stop dealing with him, and she wasn't either, so we was just fighting or whatever. Eventually he was just like, no, I want to be with Tawana, so we just ended up being together. That's who I took on prom. That's who I was with until my freshman year in high school. So what's crazy is he was killed last year, so yeah, but yeah, he was married though, and he had 3 kids. So I really felt bad because he was killed and he had kids, and it wasn't last year, it was a couple years ago. But yeah, that was the guy who I dated up until I got to school. So I took him to prom and everything. And that was just, that was my first brush with love. That was the first time I actually said that I was in love with somebody.
So how did you feel? How did you feel when you found out he had a girlfriend? Because most of the time girls can be fighting at the school if they arguing over one man. They're gonna be fighting at the school. So what, did y'all have a fight?
Me and her actually was we became friends eventually because he would do little stuff like call her on 3-way and I'm on the phone just so he can show me that he wasn't trying to be with her. He was just real petty with stuff. And when I found out, I was heartbroken because I was like, how can you do that to me? Because I really thought that he was just I believed everything he said, he was like a player. He was like a pimp. He was a player. He had all kinds of girls. I mean, that was just the girl I knew about. He had other women too, and he is just everything he told me, I just used to just eat it all up back then, And I was like, you need to tell her right now that you want to be with me. it's over between y'all. But I think secretly he was still dealing with her too. Because it was like she was always around, always like I just feel like that was but he made me think that I was the only one, He was a little older than me.
Okay.
How did that impact you? Because remember, what took place, especially high school, that's one of the most formidable, battles that we in our youth can deal with. So I want you to tell me, in terms of your experiences, even the one that you mentioned, how that impacted you, what kind of person that it made you, before we get into the adults, Alana.
I mean, with him, he made me a little bit more like I expected more from men, because he was like, this is like wine and dine me. Like, this is how I'm gonna treat you. You deserve to be treated. He used to take me out on dates. He used to make sure I had whatever I needed, and he paid for everything. And I don't know how he was doing it, but I just know. I just know he was.
Hold on, I gotta stop you. You see this here, right? You see, he was paying for everything.
I just know he was.
What if I told your ass it was from human trafficking?
Okay.
No, but I think
now it's possibility. You don't know that.
I think with him, like, with just in general, that school, like, I was just like a little bit tougher than I was before, a little bit more like defensive than I was before. Cause like, I mean, I got into a lot of little arguments and fights at that school, and I had never really fought ever in my life. So that's like one thing. When I came there, they was like, well, you gonna fight here, girl, so you better get it together. So I literally learned real quick to defend myself, stand up for myself, and like not be a pushover, because pushovers got pushed around there. You want to be a pushover, you gonna get bullied. So I was like, no, I ain't gonna be that. Now we gonna figure this out. Tawana not about to get bullied. So I got in the right circles. But with him, he like made me not trusting of men a lot, because he lied to me a lot. I found out that he was lying to me a lot.
Was it because you were gullible, or just because he knew, or you were just in your feminine teenage pocket and he just knew he just was highly skilled with his game delivery?
I think
in retrospect, when you look back, was it that you were gullible, or it was just that his game was that tight?
I was partly gullible. Like, I thought I had insight and I thought I knew how to catch. But when I look back, I'm like, girl, you should have known better than that. But I didn't. At the time, I believed him. Like, I used to believe what he would say. I would believe certain things. He was very private too. He was secretive, and I kind of let that slide a little bit. So it was a lot. And then when he actually graduated, and then he went to Washington, and he went to Howard. So he was out there for a little bit, and we were still dating, and I was in college. And so I was in high school. So he came, from college to take me to prom. And he was still like around, but he was like, he was out there probably living his best life. Okay. I knew he was, but I was in denial a little bit about it. And he would do a lot of stuff that was just wasn't right. So it made me, like, I guess, less trusting of me. That's it, like less trusting for sure.
So let me ask you. Now I'm about to grill you. I want you to tell me about the best dude that you turned down. Y'all all have it. That one dude, all of y'all have one. That one dude that was really feeling you and he was liking you, but you guys emotionally friend zoned him, right? And listen, you could be an ugly chick, and y'all ugly chicks got dudes in the friend zone. Okay, so you're not. So what I ask you is, I want you to tell me about the best dude that was in the friend zone. Look, hold on, so y'all see she touched her hair, right? Y'all see she touched her hair, right? She knew what I was talking about, y'all.
So funny.
Come on now.
The
Tell
dude.
me about.
I guess I'm gonna say Lee.
Friend zone.
I'm gonna say Lee because I used to call him my best
Lee.
friend. And he loved me so much, and I would never date Lee ever in my life.
Why?
Because he wasn't physically my type. You know, he was tall, he was skinny, he had braces, he was, like this little funny head and everything, but he was super cool, he was funny, and I'll talk to Lee for hours, but I never would date him, and I knew he liked me, but I always used to be like, you like my brother, you like my cousin, so I always put him in that
Look,
zone.
I'm ready to pull your ass off the screen. You come with that. It's just somebody told me that a long time ago, and I was like,
you're my cousin, but then he could talk to me about his girlfriends and stuff. Cause I mean, he dated other girls and stuff, and I was cool, like I was cool. He was cool, but they didn't like me around. Like, that's your best friend, cause he would call, eventually he would call me his best friend too. We were just like that. And then, but some of the girls would make him kind of pull away a little bit. So it was that kind of environment, and then it eventually Lee kind of went in the wrong direction. He started hanging with the wrong crowds and stuff. So I was like, I can't hang with you. Cause see, I was real intentional about my circles, because you hang with the wrong people, you'll get hit, you'll get shot. Like in Chicago, you could get hurt, like for real, seriously hurt. And like if you hang with the wrong, like I was with girls where if they got jumped on, I mean, they was trying to jump on me too. I'm like, oh no, like I can't be hanging with y'all getting jumped on by the girls from the Ickies. If y'all know about the Ickies, it's the projects that's close to Dunbar. So it was Stateway Gardens, and it was the Ickies, and it was girls from all those sides. And so it was a lot of like stuff going on in that school on top of that, so it's a lot of territory, it's a lot of other stuff going on too that you got to be aware of. So you get into it with somebody from the Ickies, they can come up there with all their cousins and beat the hell out of you. You know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't, you got to be careful who you hang with. So
you had to be careful all the circles you was at.
So my girls was from the Ickies. They was from the Ickies. So anybody mess with me, I'm gonna get my girls from the Ickies, and they gonna beat them up because they know I don't fight. We don't worry about that. We got this too.
So for the folks that don't know about the Ickies, right? So the Ickies, projects around the country know about projects, right? The Ickies was the Harold Ickes projects. It was on the south side in Chicago, right? I knew somebody that was from the Ickies. It was real.
My people was like, that's what my girlfriend, one of my best friends was from there at the time. So that was it. That was my crew. I had to stick with the Iggy girls. I can't move over. That's what it was. And so that was
Ickies blew up. Now Ickies wasn't the most gangster, you know what I mean? No. But they destroyed Cabrini Green, you know what I mean? So the Ickies,
Cabrini was so far away from us. That's west.
Right.
So we ain't, it was Stateway Gardens, the Ickies.
Oh yeah, because you was south. That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I'm in Bronzeville, so we right by, that's what we were by. We were right by Ickies and Stateway. Mm-hmm. And Dearborn was there too. Dearborn Homes, so we had a few in the area. Mm-hmm.
So we in high school right now. I need you to tell me. You can choose which order you want to go. I want you to tell me about the most empowering moment that you had during Tawana's high school life, and I also want you to share with me a painful moment during high school of Tawana's life, because we want to make sure we're doing character development. Yeah. So we want these folks to understand what makes that personality that does something in the future, right? Yeah. So talk to me.
The most empowering, I will say that at Dunbar we had a like the top 10, You know what I mean? So when we graduated, if you had the top 10 scores, or if you was one of the top 10, you wore white, and you kind of sat in the front, and you had a special section. And I was number 6. And I loved having that, because it was like I worked my ass off. I wanted to be salutatory and valedictory. Like I wanted to be that, I wasn't that, but I was number 6, and I felt like I had accomplished something, because I got accepted into the school of my choices. I got, scholarships. And so it was really empowering for me to come from where I come from, and to like be accepted into prestigious universities, to be able to, be number 6 out of my class. My family was so proud of me. My mom was so proud of me. Like my picture is in Dunbar's hallway. If you go see the class who graduated in 2002, I was the number 6. So my picture is there still to this day. So that's empowering for me. I think that the most significant thing that happened to us that a lot of people don't know, and I've never actually shared, is that we actually were homeless. We were homeless, for a little bit. And
Wow.
my mom was not with my stepfather, at the time. And we literally could not afford the place we were in. And we all had to separate. Me, my sisters, my mom. So I lived with a random family member. My sisters, they lived somewhere else. And I didn't see them for a year. I didn't see them. And so it was the most devastating thing that I've been through. And eventually my dad was what was so crazy is during that time, I don't know why my dad didn't know that we really didn't have anywhere to go. I think my mom just kind of put us where she wanted, us to go. And she was like, okay, you're going to go with this cousin. You're going to go here. And I was just telling my dad oh yeah, I'm with my cousin. I didn't really tell him we were homeless or we lost our apartment. So my dad didn't know. But when he found out, he was like, y'all can come live with me. Like you and your sister, y'all come live with me. So we came there. And so after we had been displaced for so long, we all end up eventually moving in with my dad, and even though my dad didn't live in the best conditions, it was I just loved being with my sisters. You know what I mean? So I didn't really care. So we didn't really see my mom as much, which hurts me, because we just couldn't see her. She was just so far away. We were going to school in the city. My mom was just trying to get her life back together so we can come back together. And it literally was just a totally different experience. We moved my dad. My dad lived with my grandmother, his mother at the time. So he had a basement. He lived in the basement, and that's where we lived, and we stayed there for a long time. People didn't know that I really just didn't have anywhere. I wasn't with my mom. We didn't have anywhere to go. So that was probably the roughest thing I went through in high school.
Was you able to see your mom? Were you able to see her? And you said you didn't see her for a whole year. Was you able to see her on a weekend or something?
We talked to her. My mom worked on the weekends.
Okay.
So the job she did, she worked on the weekends, and she didn't have a car either. And she lived up north and we lived out south. And so it was just we rarely saw her, but we talked to her every day. And, we made an effort when we could. But my dad literally just took over for that time when we lived with her,
How did that impact you? In high school, you growing up, boys, mom is one of the moms, you need your mom, because sometimes you going through your time of the month, you're going through a lot.
Yeah.
When a young girl growing up.
Yeah, that was tough, because my dad was strict. Okay. Than my mom. He was much stricter. I couldn't do nothing. My mom used to at least let me go to parties and stuff. My dad was you can't go to basketball games. You can't do nothing. I couldn't go to football games. I'm Dad, come on now. He was just real strict. And I literally used to like listen to Beyonce with my sisters. Like that's what got us through. Like we used to listen to Destiny's Child and we loved that album. We would just listen to it from start to finish because we didn't really have a TV, you know. So like that's what comforted us during that time. Like that's what we played. That was our go-to. So that's just I know that it made me not ever want to be financially unstable. It made me work. Like I worked multiple jobs. Like it always made me want to be, you know, have savings, be independent. Like it just changed my life in that way, you know. And just, you know, it changed our relationships that we had because the way people treated us during that time, like even family members, it made me and my sister a little bit more distant. And so we were just a little bit like, dang, nobody kind of stepped up and helped us, you know, during that time. And I think that made us a little bit like defensive when it came to our family. So now
how old were your two sisters when that happened?
They were, well, my sister, she's only 2 years younger than me. So she was, I mean, like she literally was kind of just getting out of 8th grade, maybe something like that. And my other sister, she was still in elementary school. So we were.
How did it impact them, your two sisters? Because you was the oldest. How did it impact them?
I mean, they get sad now. They get emotional now. They remember that time. It was devastating for all of us. I think we understand more so now. At the time, we were told things that were like it made us even sadder because even we were young girls and people would say like our mother didn't want to see us, and they would say that really crazy stuff like, and we were already vulnerable, so it just made us even like more sadder. And so we just kind of stuck to ourselves. Like we just had each other. And so we kind of still like that now to this day.
Okay.
Because of that. Yeah.
Have you ever had the conversation with your mom about that?
We talked about it before. Like she knows how we were treated by certain family members and how we felt and everything. And she thought that she was doing the best thing for us because she really just could not at that time. She lost employment. She just really didn't have the means to keep us stable, you know. And my mom is not going to take handouts from nobody. She gotta get it herself and she gotta work hard. So she just, you know, she thought she was doing what was best for us, and that was how she felt. And I think in hindsight, it was best for us, you know. We were stable. We did have, you know, we were able to live with, you know, my dad and everything. And, you know, it worked out. It worked out. My dad was protective of us. My dad took care of us. And he made sure we were good, you know. So
but at the same time, I could feel a little sadness in you.
Yeah, it still makes me sad. It still makes me sad to this day.
Feel coming across. I feel I don't want to ask more questions, but I feel a little sadness in you.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about it even to this day, it's like, you know, that was a time that we went through that was tough for all of us that, you know, I've never really even shared with friends, you know. So I think.
What you mean? We're friends.
You know, so I think it was just a rough time in our lives that we went through, you know. And so it hurts. It hurts some of the things that we had to go through, you know, during that time. And just some of the ways that family treated you and said things, you know. It's just like, why do people treat kids like that? You know, I don't get it. So I was so grateful when we actually moved with my father, because I felt like it, you know, it was somebody who cared about us and who who was gonna make sure we were good,
Mhm.
So that was the best thing that happened in that journey. Because when we were living with cousins and aunties and family, it was all bad, just cousins treating us like, why are you here, and not being, not wanting to share, not wanting to be open, like excluding us from stuff,
Mhm.
it was hard to be in that position, so I just always was like, I'll never ever treat anybody like that ever. If they come in here, and I mean, we haven't gotten to this, but a lot of people know, like, I raised 2 of my siblings on my dad's side because there are some issues that happen. And when they lived with me, I was like, I'm not gonna treat them like whatever my kids get, they get. Whatever I cook, everybody in the house is gonna eat the same thing. If I buy McDonald's, I'm buying it for everybody in the house. I'm not gonna just buy my kids something and then they gotta eat whatever in the house. Like, we got treated like that. And a lot of the ways that I grow up, the ways that I treat people is because of that experience that I had,
So how old were your siblings that you took care of that you came live with you?
I took my brother Ramsey in when he was 4.
Oh, wow.
And I kept him until he was about 7 or 8. Then he went to live with his mom. And then I had my brother, my sister. She was in high school at the time. She was a freshman. And my brother, he was just finishing 8th grade. So I had 3.
So you was a mom before you had any kids?
It was while I had my son.
Oh, you had your son. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, so
And my
we
husband
kinda
at the
skipped.
time, he was very receptive. So yeah.
So we skipping
We
now.
skipped. Yeah,
We
y'all
skipping.
skipped.
So we went from high school all the way to husbandry, right?
I know. I skipped
So-
too fast.
Okay.
Right. So here's what we're going to do, because of course we have to show our sponsor, and it's not just some random sponsor. Of course, I'm one of the sponsors of the show, and one of the things that we're doing is endorsing one of my labors of love. But what I want to also do is create this little intermission to allow these wonderful sisters to have an opportunity to release their bladders. I want to let you guys go release your bladders. If you need to pour up, if you need to roll up, whatever you need to do, I'm going to give you 2 minutes to do your thing, because when we come back, we're going to be done with the high school Tawana. We're going to be ready for the adult Tawana that's ready to bust it wide open on y'all. All right?
Yes.
Yes. So in the meantime, start heading to the bathroom and let's have a moment from our sponsor, y'all. Oops. She's washing her hands, y'all. She's washing her hands. Andrea. Uh-oh. Oh, obviously you didn't wash your hands.
I didn't have to go to the
You
bathroom.
back,
I want some water, okay? Want some water.
I heard you farting on the show. You had to go. You ain't wash your hands.
I'm like, really?
I'm trying to make you better, man. That's why we had Tawana on the show. So we can coach you.
Okay.
Look at you. And why you did you the only person I know that be drinking Old English 800 with ice.
I'm not drinking on 800. I got water. I'm on a diet, okay? A diet, trying to get these 20 pounds off. Because we going to G-Ho.
She the person that she go to Golden Corral and ask for a Diet Coke.
I don't like sodas. I don't think a Sprite before I get a Diet Coke.
Oh, you got a little freeze to you. You got a little freeze. We might need Vic to come and unfreeze you.
I'm not freezing.
Tell Veronica get off the movies on the tablet. She messing with her Wi-Fi.
Ain't nobody.
Hey, look. Let me put the fair ladies at the top. There we go. You good?
I'm good.
Did you wash your hands?
Yes, I washed my hands.
You know, there's all kind of stuff they got going on now. Next week they're gonna have the Negro pox.
Dude, look, I be doing the 20-second. I don't play. I do the 20-second thing.
Sing the song.
Yeah, I don't play.
All right, let's show some love. Of course, Big Rick's hey, roll up. Hey, Aaron Laura. Let's see. Narratives and Dialogues, aka Quafinino, said, no matter how bad things are at home with your mother and father, there's nobody going to treat you any better other than your mother and father. Other family members would treat you bad for things you could not control as a child.
Yeah.
True.
Thank you, Quafinino. I appreciate you for that.
Definitely. That's true. That's true.
So now,
Yes.
let's talk. So Tawana G
Uh-huh.
was Tawana a different letter before then? During that time.
Miss Lewis, Tawana Lewis.
Louis or Lewis?
L-E.
Okay, Le. You know, my family's from the Caribbean, Haitian. So, you know, it's Louis, which is Louis, right?
Yeah.
So you went through high school, you went through middle school, you understood certain things about men, about your male friends, even down to the detention teacher and all of those things, you know. So now, the Tawana Lewis that graduated high school and was preparing for university or college, I want you to tell me about her, if you remember, because freshman year of high school was 98, which means that 2002, family.
02. Yeah.
Okay, right. So let me make sure I do this right and get this in there.
Yeah, I was class at 02, so you know we just had 20 years. 20-year reunion in high school.
And
That's crazy.
I was class of 90. I graduated in January 91 though, because I had been on tour for a long period of time, right?
Nice. Okay.
So for the folks, because they wanted to kind of really remember all the music, but I'm gonna give you guys a essence.
You got to tell me in advance. But I don't know music like you can quote like you know music like that.
Yeah. So in 2002, I'm gonna give you some of the hit songs.
Okay.
Foolish by Ashanti.
Uh-huh.
Right.
And
this was the time where these two people met. Number 2 on the Hot 100 charts, Billboard 100 charts, was Foolish by Ashanti.
Okay.
Y'all know what number 3 on the Billboard charts was? It was the start of a relationship. Hot in Here. It's hot in here. Hot in here. By Nelly, right? Number 4 was Nelly and Kelly Rowland, Dilemma, right?
Yes.
What else?
Yeah.
What's Love was number 8 with Fat Joe and Ashanti. What's
Oh.
love got to do? Right, with featuring Ja Rule.
It's about you. That's my song.
Right, number 9 was Usher. You
Right.
got it bad. Right,
That was my song. That was it.
Mhm. Number 12. Now, mind you, Andre always likes to talk about, bring up to me about Irv, peace to Irv, my dude, Irv and Ashanti and all of that, right? This was the time when Murder Inc. was ruling the charts, because number 12 was Ja Rule and Ashanti, Always on Time.
Oh, that's
Always on time.
yes. That's
Right. Number 13 was Ain't It Funny with J-Lo and Ja Rule.
All right.
15, P. Diddy, Usher, and Loon, I Need a Girl. 16, You Don't Have to Call. 17, Family Affair by Mary. Get it, related. Right? Okay. Gangsta Lovin', Eve, and Alicia Keys. You know, I mean, we talking about songs, man. It's a lot. So
I love this. I love Alicia Keys. Yeah.
So, were you 18 at the time when you started? Okay.
Yeah, I was 18 before I graduated.
First year of college.
Yeah, I was 18 before I graduated high school, because I was December. So you know how they hold you back if you ain't.
Okay. Yeah, if you between October and February, you in that position. Mm-hmm.
So yes, I'm in that position where I was already 18. My friends were like turning 17, right? But so I went to U of I in Champaign, Illinois. That's where I wanted to go. And I got a full ride to go. And so what happened is I didn't apply right away for the dorms. So they had me in temporary dorms until they placed me, because you got to wait. If you don't apply right away, you don't get a room right away. So that's literally how I met my best friend in temporary housing. We got stuck together because she didn't get a room either. So we both was in the temporary housing, got stuck there. And then eventually they were like, okay, we found y'all a room, but me and her were separated. So we was trying to get, put in the same room the whole time, but they had already assigned us roommates and everything. So they were like, no, look, we already signed y'all roommates. Y'all got to go in the rooms. But we went in what they called the projects at U of I, because they was tall buildings, FAR and PAR. So we stayed in what they call the projects there. And college was just like, I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I was just there like, oh my God. But my friend, she was from Champaign. So she was like, she knew where to go. So she was like, let's go here, let's go there, So we went to the freshman night, or whatever that night is. I forgot what it's called. It was on the campus. And like, we pretty much went to every party that they had. Every time it was a party, I was there. I was at every party. I was kicking it. I was social. Like, I had a ball my freshman year in college. I don't even know what else to say about that. I was kicking it the whole time. I did do schoolwork, I guess, sometime, but I was definitely down there kicking it.
Tell me about your most powerful moment, positively powerful moment in college, and then tell me about your most negative moment. If it involves a man or not, that's up to you. But your most powerfully impactful, positive moment in college, and then the most powerfully impactful negative moment, if you want to share.
Okay. I'll start with positive. I always like to start with the positive. And, I got to think about these negative ones. But, okay, a positive moment. I've had a professor. So I had a concentration in African American studies. But in my sophomore year, I took Black feminist movement And I loved that class. Oh my God, I love that class. I got an A in that class, of course. But it was my first time having a professor that really believed in me. She was a Black female professor, but she was like, you really need to, like, she wanted me to go all the way because she had her PhD. She was like, you really need to go far. Like, I really believe in you. She used to push me in the class and she challenged me. And I was super vocal in that class. And that literally made me choose the sociology role because I was a psychology major up until then. And she had her PhD in sociology, and like she actually told me, like, you should take this class. And I took social psych and I loved it. And I was like, oh, I want to take more classes like this. And that's literally why I got into sociology, because of that professor. So it was one of the best experiences I had there. If I'm just thinking about, like, from that perspective, I mean, there's parties and stuff that I could tell y'all about, but Jesus, them parties was crazy at U of I, like crazy. But I mean, the most negative experience that I had at campus, well, listen, I had negative experiences. What can I say? What can I talk about that I can think about that was negative for me? Because, like, I had fun more than I had negative experiences. Like, in college, I kicked it. I had a job. I had my apartment. Like, whatever, you know. Well, I'll say I mean, whatever. It wasn't a big deal. I mean, right now I'm like, whatever to it. But I guess at that time it irritated me. I had this boyfriend and I thought we was all in love, I really did. And he called me one day. He was like, I got this girl pregnant. And I was like, what? He was like, I got another girl pregnant. You know what I mean? Like, and we gonna have to end this or whatever. And I was like super thrown off. So I took all his clothes that was in my house and I packed that shit up in a garbage bag and I threw all of it in the dumpster. I'm talking about name brand jeans and all kinds of cute look, all of it. Just threw it in the garbage. Shoes, anything he left there, I threw it away. He was like, did that make you feel good? Did that make you feel empowered? But what's so crazy is he literally married that girl that he had the baby about. Like he married her and like they had like 6 kids together.
So you know what that means, right?
What that mean? What does that mean?
That was God's plan.
It's
Either he was protecting you from him.
Yeah. Thank God.
He was protecting him from your ass.
Okay. Either way, thank God. It was not thank God we did not, because I mean, yeah. So I mean, that was one negative experience. I mean, whatever. It was in college, I had more good experiences than bad. Like, I kicked it. I had a ball in college. I had so much fun. But I had moments where, yeah, I had moments that was not cool too. So, yeah, usually involved a man for sure. Okay, I probably can't even think of the moments, but that was one that I can recall right now.
Okay, all right. Because remember, we're not trying to keep you here all night. Yes. So now, did you eventually graduate or did you leave to work?
No, I graduated. Yep.
Okay.
I graduated in 2006. Yep.
Graduated. With a degree in sociology.
Sociology with a concentration in African American studies. Yeah.
African American studies. Okay.
Yeah.
So now, at this time, you graduate. Mm-hmm. You should be 22.
Yeah, I was 22, 20, about to be 23. Yep. Something like that.
All right. So I want you to tell me about the Tawana that was unleashed, the adult Tawana that was unleashed on, I don't want to say on these streets, but unleashed into the world.
When I was 22.
Yeah. So now,
first of all,
I moved. You say you 38 now. That was 16 years ago.
Man.
So 16 years ago was 06. 06. I got to make sure that we know what was on the radio at 06, because remember, in terms of the Tawana movie, you know, this is part of the score, right?
What's on the screen? What is this?
Oh, bear with me a moment. I'm sorry.
I was like, what is that?
That's actually, so what I was doing was putting up the Billboard charts for the particular time frame that you were talking about, right?
Yeah.
So, and this is the Billboard year-end Hot 100 singles of 06. So we got Temperature, right? Sean Paul, Promiscuous, Nelly Furtado and Timbaland, Hips Don't Lie, Shakira and Wyclef, you know, Crazy, Nards Barkley, right? Which has CeeLo Green in there. Crazy, that song. Riding with Chamillionaire and Crazy Bone. They see me riding, they hating, patrolling, try to catch me riding dirty, right?
Yeah.
Sexy back. He got that sexy back. Don't know how to act. Justin and Timbaland. Check on it.
Yeah.
Check up on it. Beyonce and Slim Thug. Be without you. And it can't be without you, baby. Yo, y'all need to give me some goddamn super chats. I'm hitting falsetto notes in this piece tonight, y'all. Do you understand how hard I had to grab these nuts in order to hit them notes?
You so funny.
Damn it. Grills, Nelly and Paul Wall. Me and you. Cassie, come on, y'all. Run it. So, for the record, the studio that I'm a part of, the remix to this song was produced at our studio. Bang, bang. So sick of love song. You know what I mean? What was it? Why can't I turn off the radio? So we got Neo. So we had a lot of songs. There was a lot of songs that came out. I want you to tell me about that beautiful soul during that point in time when all of those hit songs were popping.
Shoot, I literally came home and was living at home with my mama. So I was like trying to find a job as soon as I got out of college, but I had no idea what I wanted to do. So I'm like, okay, what am I about to do? I got to find a job. So I literally linked up with a temp agency that put me on like a temporary job, and I was like the front desk receptionist type, you know, in this technology company. It was so out of whatever I was trying to do, but it was like paying really well. I was just there like receptionist, and that was like literally the first thing I did. It was called Trading Technologies. So crazy. Trading Technologies. But them people were crazy. I worked with like on the sales floor with the sales team, and they was live. Like they had a budget to take their clients out and do stuff. And like they was just like always live. But I literally just controlled the traffic of who came in the building, who came upstairs, and just kept track of stuff. So that was like my first job. I got it. And I was literally just looking for jobs the whole time, trying to figure out what else I was going to do. Narrative and dialect. No, I did not pledge any sororities. I did not do that. Nope. Not do that. Not at all. Nope. And so, but yeah, so I was just looking for a job. I was trying to find a job. But in the meanwhile, we was at the clubs. We was turned up. I was popping bottles. I wasn't doing nothing productive with my money. I was like dressing cute, going to the clubs. Like we were doing with me and my girlfriend. It was one of my girlfriends. We kicked it all the time. Like it was to the point where I would be out to like 3, 4 in the morning and then go to work at 8 a.m. So I'd be like literally coming
straight from the club to the
I was
job.
going to sleep for 2 hours, getting up, then I gotta drive to work. It was crazy. I was like, how the hell did I do that now? And my grandma used to be like, you need to put some stockings on, you're gonna catch a cold, you know. I never, we don't wear stockings, you know what I'm saying? Like whatever, you just wear your boots or you raw dogging it out here. So we was literally like whatever was popping, because we knew all the promoters. So whatever was popping, they calling us because they want, cute girls at the club. You don't gotta pay. You come through the front door, we're gonna walk you in. All them promises, you get there, then the promoters can't get you in, and all you waiting in the code and all that kind of crazy. But we did all of that, where we was just kicking it. Like I literally probably kicked it like it was a Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, whatever. Like from the age of like 22 to like, maybe when I actually met my ex-husband in a club.
Okay. So let's move it into that pocket, because it's the adult Tawana now, right? Who can do whatever the hell she wants to do without needing the permission of any adults. So tell me about how you met your first husband. You said at the club.
Yeah, so my girlfriend, we were going to a birthday party. And the birthday party at that time was for his uncle, but his uncle was young. His uncle was like our age. So we were going because he was popular in Chicago. Like he was a young guy, but he had his own car lot. He had like money, he had wealth, and he like whatever. So we all knew him. And so she was like, let's go to his birthday party or whatever. So I'm like, cool. We went to the birthday party, and my ex-husband was at the party because that was his, he was there with his uncle's party. And he was just like, we just like instantly gravitated to each other. Like that night, it was like magnetic. We were just like connected. We wanted to hang out. And then so he was like, well, I'm promoting at this other club. So you want to go over to that club with me? Like I'll get you in or whatever. And so I was like, okay, so he was a promoter at the time, so I was like, cool, we always want to be promoters because we want to party and get in free, me and my girl. So I asked my girlfriend, she was like, yeah, let's go, whatever. So we went to the other club and I hung out with him and all that type of stuff. And he ain't asked me for my number. He did not ask me for my number. So I'm thinking, we vibing, this is cool, we gonna get my number.
Your game was weak.
He didn't ask me for my number. So I'm like, I was thrown off a little bit because I was like, okay, like I thought I was gonna see him again. And then he ended up reaching out to his uncle, who didn't want him to get my number. Like he didn't want to give him my number. So he found my friend. He knew her. He was like, hey, I've been trying to get in touch with you. So you give me your friend number. Like I forgot to hook up with, get her number and stuff. And that's how I ended up reconnecting with him. Because literally when I left, and that was weeks later. So I met him, and then later he called, and then like that's how we called, we talked, and I was like, why didn't you ask me for my number? Like I was on him, and he was like, I was trying to, but I was working and whatever. So later we ended up like meeting up and going out, and so I was like, like I said, that's how it started. Like we just started going out, and I never separated from him ever since that day. And with the first date we had, he literally was together every day. And when I mean that, I mean like
Wow.
once I got off work, I was at his house. We just hung out the whole entire night. My mom was like, "Where are you?" Like I wasn't coming home. I was just with him every day, every day. And she was just like, don't be over his house all the time, give him some space. My mom was trying to make me come home, and I was just like, and he was like, no, like, I don't want you to go home. Like, I want you to be here, So it's not a surprise that 3 months later, dun 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 dun, guess who's pregnant?
Oh.
So yes. So literally 3 months later, I was pregnant and did not know it, because this is how young I am. I had no idea about my body and none of that. Like, I didn't know I was pregnant. I was going in for my annual exam, and they make you take a urine sample, they do everything. And she came in with bags and books and congratulations stuff, and I was like, what's going on? She was like, you don't know that you're pregnant? I had no idea. She was like, you're kidding me. I'm like, no. She was like, okay, well, let's do the exam and see. And I was 12 weeks pregnant. I was like 12 weeks pregnant at that time when I found out. And I was like, oh my God. Like, I just couldn't believe that. I couldn't believe it. I was just like, oh my God. But I got a new job. And so I was working a new job at that time. And I was like, I was in a more professional position. And I didn't know him though. I met him 3 months ago. So I'm like, whatever. And so I called him and I was like, I'm pregnant. And he was like, okay, like, well, you're gonna be my wife anyway, so like, whatever, like, let's do it. And I was just like, I don't know. Like, my mom was like, oh my God, we was panicking. Everybody was panicking because we didn't know him, and my mom didn't want me to have a baby out of wedlock because she's that kind of person, and my dad either. My dad, they didn't want me to have a baby out of wedlock. They were insistent that I cannot. You can't live with him. You need to not have no baby until you get married. And so he basically was like, well, let's just get married then. Like, he proposed to me and we literally got married 2 months later. So we got married 6 months after meeting each other. Wow. And I was almost 7 months pregnant, maybe, when we got married. We just went to a courthouse, went to the courthouse. My mom and her husband at the time was there, and that's how we got married. And we did not have enough money to even pay for a dinner to go out that night. Like, we literally had no money.
You realize that makes it, even though some people call it struggle love, you realize that something as simple is kind of like when we talk about coffee dates and park dates.
Yeah.
The thing is, you guys were not able to do this big extravagant event to invite everybody.
No.
But it was love, and it was pure.
That was it. We just got married.
That's all it needed.
And my mom paid for dinner. She paid for our dinner. She was like, oh, let's, we'll go out. Me and her and her husband was like, we'll pay for it or whatever. They were the witness. And so we literally got married, and we were living with 2 other male roommates that he had, a brother and a friend. So I was literally living with my husband with 2 other men in the house that were like my brothers,
Wow.
and we were all close. And so I just always I had male friends that were super close to me, always cool, and that was literally how my first marriage started. But
okay.
Yeah.
So now,
yeah.
So now let's start moving it forward. right?
Okay. Yeah.
How did you guys, and if you want to share it, right? Because you control what you're going to say within your movie.
Yeah.
So tell me about, if you wish to say, how did you and hubby number one end?
Um, I'll
Because
say
I think you screwed it up.
I mean, we stayed married for almost 10 years, you know, and we literally we separated at like the 8-year mark, eight maybe 9-year mark. We separated, but during that time we had 2 children, we bought a house, you know, we did a lot of things, you know. So a lot of the because I also switched careers and got more grounded in the career that I wanted to be in. And I was like in management, I was making a lot more money. And my ex-husband was always kind of like inconsistent. Like we was just like, because he wanted to be like a rapper. He also was like promoting, but then he eventually got a job. So like we were always kind of like working on his dream while I was working, you know. So that was like the plan, and that's what I signed up for, and I knew it when I got married. I knew that's what he wanted to do, and like I signed up to do that and support him and everything. And I think after like 5 years, I kind of was like, look, it's 5 years, your career haven't moved, like you need to get a job. Like I need help because I'm paying all the bills by myself. I'm doing all this stuff by myself. Like I want a house, you know, we about to have another kid. And we were just like in a 1-bedroom apartment and stuff. And I was just like, look, like, you know, we need to do stuff. And he really didn't want to get a job. Like he was just like, no, because like I'm trying to do this with my life and I'm trying
Was
to
he trying to rap? Was he trying to do
was,
art? Like, what was he a creative? Like, what was his
yes, he went
thing?
to that school that Tupac went to in New York. You know, he wanted to be a rapper and he was very creative. He was an artist and he was promoting. But the thing about promoter money is like you can go to a party and not make no money. It depends on how many people come out and support your event. It depends on how many people spend money at the bar. It depended on a lot of things. So he would be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna come home with money. And then he would not come home with money. And then I would be so stressed out because I'm like, we needed that. You know what I mean? Like we needed that. And then I was like spending money to help him make more money and we wouldn't make money. You know what I mean? Like he would be like, okay, yeah, we're gonna spend $500, but we gonna double it, you know, we gonna triple it. So then I would give him $500 and then it'd be like nothing. He would come home and he'd be like, sorry, like basically the investment, whatever. So after 5 years, I kind of got sick of that. And I was like, look, you gonna have to change, like something gonna have to change. I can't do this no more. Like I just can't do this. And he was just like, okay. So then he got a job. So like he was working and he literally worked, you know, like the rest of our marriage. But what happened is he was just like, it was just like he couldn't get consistent and helping, you know. He just has so much debt because of the way he kind of lived for the last 5 years. So it was just impossible for us to get ahead. It was just like we went through challenge after challenge financially. And some of the stuff, you know, I don't want to share too much, but I just feel like it was so much that I couldn't like climb out of it. It was just so much. And we just got to a place where I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't do it anymore. I was like, I'm sorry. Like you're making my life worse. And I don't know how else to say that, but that's literally what it was. I was literally drowning and I had everything in my name. The house was in my name. Both the cars were in my name. All of the bills were in my name. Everything because I had the good credit, you know? So then like I was literally responsible for everything. And he literally had nothing in his name. So when I lost my job.
Wow.
He wanted to divorce.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Stop.
Yeah.
So hold on. We
Wait.
know relationships end based on normally a good majority based on money or infidelity.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that he left you?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. And
Yeah.
he wanted a divorce, you know, and I was like, the audacity. Oh, you want a divorce? Like the audacity. And I went the next day and filed a divorce on his ass.
You think it was somebody else? You think it was somebody else, or he was just a male prima donna?
He was very loyal to me. He was very loyal. I
Mhm.
don't have any, I never suspected that. I know that
He was
there was
loyal and spoiled, apparently.
I mean, there were things that happened in the marriage. Like, yeah, there was girls here and there, but it was nothing that I thought he was like a cheater or disloyal. Like nothing like that. You know, he was a very loyal person to me. He always had my back and everything. And like, we was trying to build this life together, but it was just a lot of other stuff that happened. And I think he wanted out of the marriage too because of that type of stuff too. So it just got to a place where we were like, that we can't do it no more. I went and filed the divorce because I was unemployed and he was working. And so I got a waiver. So I didn't have to pay for the divorce.
Mhm.
So that's why I literally filed, because he was going to file. But they was like, well, you can apply for a waiver. You're unemployed and it'll be free. I'm like, oh, well, let's do that. So then I went to see the judge. I just went down there and spent the day. And then we legally divorced in 2016.
For the chat now,
Yes.
I'm going to give you 1 minute. I'll give a $5 cash app to the person. We're going to play this game called 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon or Separation. All right. I would like you guys to let me know what Tawana and Tupac Shakur's high school life. Tell me what they have in common. Don't tell them, Tawana. Okay. Tell me what Tupac and Tawana have in common. All right. You get a minute. So right now it's 11:07 or 10:07 Central Time, 11:07 Eastern Time, and then Pacific Time. Don't nobody worry about California, so forget them.
They got
but anyway, 8:07. All right. So till we get to 08. And while we're doing that,
okay.
So now, you and first hubby. The only hubby I'm interested in using the name for is Brother Chris, because he's in the now, and this is where you're most powerful, right? Yeah. So you and let's call him Uno. You and Uno, right? You and Uno separated. Oh, let's stop for a second. I don't have any answers here. She was very expressive. Tawana, rather, was very expressive. So I'll allow Tawana to let you know what she and Tupac share in common. High school. Let them know. Let them know, please.
You talking about that my ex-husband went to the college that he went to? Is that what you're talking about?
No, wait a minute. Tawana doesn't even know, y'all.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. What are we saying? What do we have in common?
I'll tell you. So, what was the name of your school, Tawana?
Dunbar. Paul Lawrence Dunbar.
Excuse me?
Paul Lawrence Dunbar.
That's correct. Tupac went to Paul Lawrence Dunbar in Maryland.
What?
Yeah. Y'all could Google it. Paul Lawrence Dunbar High School.
Nice.
In Maryland. See,
I
do research, y'all. I ain't as dumb as I look. You know what I mean?
I love it. I didn't even know Tupac went to Dunbar too. I wonder if they called it Dunbar there.
Yeah, it was actually called Paul Lawrence Dunbar at that time as well. You know,
we never said the Paul Lawrence though. It was just Dunbar.
Right, it was just Dunbar.
It was Dunbar.
The funny thing is, there's a guy who happens to be in these YouTube streets named Truth Is Never Favored. He went to Dunbar too.
Interesting.
Yeah, he beat up Tupac. No, I'm joking. But yeah, I know truth. But anyway, peace to truth wherever you are. I haven't seen you in a minute. I hope God is good to you, my G. But let's keep it moving. So now, you let me know which came first, Lapeef or Big Chris.
It was Chris. Chris came first. Yeah.
Talk to me about, you know what I mean? Because I mean, people, I thought I was brown, but people told me I'm light skinned. So talk to me about my man, Team Light Skin. Tell me about him. Tell me about how you met. Yeah, tell me about how you met Big Chris, because I don't know why. There's something about him, his energy. I feel it. Yeah, I've seen a lot of your content, and I curated a lot of clips for that video as well. You know what I mean? And I feel his energy. Yeah. Tell me, how did you meet Chris?
I met him in college. He
went to school with you.
Yeah, he did. He went to U of I, and I know him, and we were really cool in school. And
so wait a minute, were you there at the same time as JR?
Yes. Yeah.
So you know Arthur. Do you know Arthur Scales?
Yeah, I know Arthur. Yeah, I know him.
Arthur Scales is my nigga.
Oh,
I went to Art, little Art.
Yeah,
he was my boss at one point.
I know him.
So
yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, I know him. I know B-Nix. B-Nix.
B-Nix, yo, these are real dudes. So, oh man, I'm gonna send this to Art.
Yeah.
Okay. Keep going. I digress. I apologize.
So I met Chris in college, and so we were just friends. I mean, he was a Kappa, so when I was at the Kappa house,
he was online with them too.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Oh shit! This dude is family, yo. My little brother's Snoop as well. Oh man, yo.
So I would go to the Kappa house, and then I would see him and stuff. And so we were always cool. Like I always knew who he was and everything. And then when I got out of college, he was one of the first people that I saw at a party and stuff. And we dated for like a small time, me and Chris. We dated, and then we just didn't it didn't go anywhere at that time. I think we dated, we liked each other, but it just didn't go anywhere. Mm-hmm. And so 2 years later, after I divorced my ex-husband, I met him. And we were at a college social. It was like U of I, they have all these social events for alumni. Mm-hmm. And we were at a bowling event, and he was like, he was there, and he was like, oh, what you been up to or whatever. And I was just like, I just came back from Miami, because when I divorced my husband, I moved to Miami, and I stayed there for a couple of years. And I had literally came back in 2018. I had just came back. And when I came back, I saw him, and I thought he was dating my girlfriend that I was with, or I thought they liked each other. Mm-hmm. And so he was trying to talk to me, and I was like, dude, like, I don't do that. Like, you flirting with my friend, like, that ain't cool. And he was just like, what's wrong with you? And then so he asked me for my number. Mm-hmm. And so I called my friend, and I was like, are you dating him? Because he asked me for my number, and she was like, girl, no, like, Chris is just cool. She was like, oh my God, I think that would be so cool, you and him. Like, yeah, I never even thought about that, but I think that would be cool. And so he took me out on a date, and I was just like, whatever. Because I was just like, just got out of divorce. I was not trying to be serious with nobody. Like, for real, I was just kind of like dating people, but I wasn't really serious about anybody. Mm-hmm. And we went out, and then he is just like, we went to a bar literally around the house, because we live in the same neighborhood. So he was like, let's just go here. I was like, all right, cool. Like, I was that cool. Like, whatever. Like, I don't care where we go. And when we went, it was like a point in the conversation where I was like, okay, maybe let me listen to this man. Like, he's smart. Like, this guy's like a good guy. Because I was just like, whatever. Like, well, just take me home after this, and I'll call you the next time. But after we were talking, and we just really connected, and he was like, you want to go to this concert with me tomorrow? So we went to like the Erykah Badu concert the next day, and he like, then it was like, he was like, you want to go out the next day? So we went to another date. So like, we went to a date 3 days in a row, and he was just like asking me more about like my life and everything. He had never dated a woman with children, you know, before. And he had never been married, and he didn't have kids. And like he was just like, oh my God, like you got a lot going on, you know. And I was just like, you know, yeah. So I just really didn't want him around until I knew for sure if I was gonna, you know, be with him and stuff. And then like that was just it. Like from there, we just like eventually became a couple. But we were, you know, like we were dating for a little bit, you know, before we actually became official. So
Okay.
yeah, that's how I met him. It was just that quick.
Okay.
After I was in Florida, I had a good time in Florida, kicked it, whatever. Came back. Then I met Chris. I feel like when I moved back to Chicago, it was to meet him because I was in Florida. I loved Florida, and I did not want to come back here. But something was like, come back to Chicago. And when
What part of Florida?
I was in Miami.
Ooh.
I lived in
now Miami or Brickell or Sunrise?
No, I lived in North Miami Beach. So
Okay.
I lived North Miami Beach, and I worked for the Miami. I worked out there, you know, for the government out there. And so I just was there, and I left, and I brought the kids out there. And it was just like, I was just like, I need to go back home. I kept my house, you know, while I was there. And I literally came back, and that's how I met him. So.
Okay, we're going to move this along because we ain't trying to keep you here till 2 a.m.
I know.
You know, Central Time, right?
Right.
So now you met Chris, and I know you guys were engaged for a period of time, right?
Yeah, not very long actually. We were just girlfriend and boyfriend for 5 years. Like we literally, he did not propose to me until like 20, like what was it, 2020, 2021? He proposed to me. We got married.
Yeah, we be having to make sure y'all ain't for the streets, you know what I mean? And make sure that the anointing of the Lord.
But also I was like, I just got divorced 2 years ago. I had kids. Like it was a lot going on with us. So I mean, I understood that, and I was cool with us dating for that long. I think it was based on where I was in my life at the time. I think if I didn't have all that going on, I probably would have been like, what's taking you so long, dude? But at that time, I was just like, it's cool. It's kind of like I don't need to be like jumping into another marriage right now. I just need to kind of, you know, see what the hell I got going on in my life. I didn't been through too much, you know. And so that's where we were at with it. And he's very patient. So he was just kind of like cool, because I don't know if Chris wanted to get married like desperately. I think he was kind of cool being a bachelor for a little bit. So I think that's how it was with us.
So just to kind of foreshadow a little bit of the future, there's a certain essence about him. Obviously, he exhibited a certain essence that moved you in a way because you'd already been married. So
right.
You weren't any spring chicken at that time.
Exactly.
You know, you've been through it once. And some people after that first one, they're like, man, the hell with this.
Right.
I want you, because we don't hear a lot about him, you know, except certain things. I want you to tell me what was special about this man to make you decide that you were going to get back on that horse or go back to the rodeo. It had to be something special about him to make you say, you know what? Yes. Talk to me about Chris. Because he's a part of the story, an extremely important part of the story. Peace to Chris. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's so many things, but the first and foremost thing is like he's super close with his family. He's very, very close. And he brought me around them, you know, like really like after we had started dating seriously. And they literally embraced me and my kids like we were family, you know, like they treated us like family. We were just like, I don't know. I loved that about him, that he was so family oriented, that he was like so open to like, you know, getting to know the kids. And he was really like, like he was really intentional about like understanding the dynamic between like my kids and their father, and like his role, and you know how it should be. And he was just really like, and he helped me with everything. He was like, when my tires were like, I needed new tires, he just like one day just came and got my car and like took them to get new tires. Like I didn't have to ask him to do anything. He was just like such a like man about certain things. So it really was like comforting to know him, to know like that he was like that. He's very smart with his money. He's very intelligent. Like he knows how, he's a planner, he's a saver. And I like that about him too, you know, just because I came from a terrible situation, it was just a breath of fresh air to meet somebody like that. So it's so many things, but I think those are the more prominent things that just really drew me to him and kept us solid. So
Okay. All right. So now, and it's a beautiful thing, and this is for the folks that have never been to college.
yes.
College is extremely important, yeah. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna lie, I didn't finish. I had went to do a college internship at a record label, but because I had spent I had spent a lot of time on the road, the artists that were on that particular label, Epic Records, knew me, you know, and they were under Sony Music. Artists knew me because I had spent a lot of time on the road, and eventually I was offered a job, a 6-figure job, during the time that I was in college, and your boy left.
Okay. I know that's right.
I mean, right.
Ain't no way I'll still be in college if I got offered a six figure. I'd have been like, I'll see y'all next year online college.
Right. So we talk about the college years because it obviously impacted, because Chris was one of your folks. Several B-Nix was one of your folks.
They was one of my folks, yeah.
Lapeef JR was one of your folks. My man Arthur Scales was one of your folks.
Yeah.
So now let's talk about
I forgot about that. That was it. That was
you see, I was playing that earlier. That song is called Orange by Sinai, Siny. You know, that song literally was the one that made me go and get me a even before this YouTube thing, made me go and get a membership and purchase licensing from Epidemic Sounds. Right. So that's how I'm able to use that without getting a strike. So now,
so
I wish I had JR on this tonight. Please tell me about how you got involved with the whole Lapeef project.
Lapeef, yeah. So remember, I met Chris in 2018. So then 2019 kind of was like, you know, COVID. You know, COVID started kind of impacting everything, or it was like almost getting there. But before that, I was in the Lapeef Let's Talk group on Facebook. And JR added me. You know, he had added me one day, and I was like, what is this group like? And I got out of it because they was crazy in that damn group. The men was talking crazy.
Like Rilla says, gladiator school.
I was like, I don't want to be in this group. And so he messaged me. He was like, why you lead the group? I'm like, your group is ignorant. And I will go off on these. I will go off on these dudes. Like, I don't know dudes like this in real life. And he was like, no, we need people like you because, you know, I'm crazy. I'm vocal. So I literally got in the group and I was like, instantly like the feisty, you know, whatever. I'm going after all the people. And so when him, B-Nix, it was JR, B-Nix, and Anton, they went live. I literally joined the live on Facebook because they would go live in the Facebook group. And so that's how I started watching the show. And I'm like, who is this dude? Like, he crazy. So I'm in the chat going crazy. I'm one of those chatting, calling him crazy, talking, you know, arguing with all the points. And so JR was like, you need to come on the show. Like, I want you to be on the show. And I was like, what? Like, I don't know, you know, what is this? And he was like, no, just come on the show. Like, we're going to talk about something. I'll give you the topic beforehand or whatever. And so I literally just was invited from that. And I went on the show the first day. And after that, they was like, do you want to be a regular? Like, we want you to just come on the show. And I was like, okay, what do I have to do? Like, what does this mean? What's the commitment? And he told me, he's like, you don't have to do nothing but show up. We had it once a week, that's what we did. And so he did. JR pretty much put the entire show together.
Thursday
Thursday
night. I would leave work early. That was the thing. That was our event on Thursday. Me and my own lady that was our event. We used to watch Kevin, and he had so much content. But Thursday,
we watched Lafife.
Was Lafife,
and we literally started off with 10 people watching us. I was on the show. There was 10, 15 people watching us, and then we literally blew up overnight one day, and just like had a whole bunch of followers, like a whole bunch of people watching us, and it was crazy because we really just got there, overnight. But yeah, I just joined the show from that. That's how I got connected to them. But I mean, I knew JR and B Nix obviously before that, so when they said B Nix was on the show, because like I was really cool with B Nix, so I was like, oh cool, me and B Nix, I love B Nix, so he was on the show. And I didn't know Anton at all, because he was from Detroit. Mm-hmm. So I literally met him from the show, and so that's how it connected. So when I got on the show, I was looking at it like, yeah, I'm gonna be the one that's gonna go against them, but I was looking at it like we was gonna be like family, like, oh, these is gonna be like my brothers, so we was gonna be all cool, and I was just gonna get to know everybody. But I was naive in that thought. I was very naive thinking that, but that was my intention, was that, like this is gonna be cool, like I'm gonna get to know all the whatever, like this gonna be like, I'm gonna be like the sister, and then they gonna be like the big brothers, and because they are all older than me. Okay. And so I thought it was gonna be that kind of dynamic. And so yeah, that was, it was my first kind of brush with YouTube, my first kind of brush with podcasting, my first, I never did this before that. That was just my first time doing it. And it was a successful show. So that was crazy, that the show blew up like that. But the notoriety, I think, changed them a lot.
Definitely. And you were, the thing is, you were a major part. You were a major part of that growth.
Yeah.
Without question, because I remember when I started watching, you were one of the folks. It was only 4. You were the sole sister on the show, and it was JR, Anton, and B Nix. And then after that, anybody after 4 was just a guest.
That's right.
It was not a 6er. It was not a six boxer. It was a 4 boxer. And then more people started to come onto the screen, right?
Exactly.
Can you see what I got on the screen there?
Yes, I remember Danielle. Yeah, I remember that episode.
That was definitely a good episode too.
Yeah.
Which one was that? That was the the same way you get a man is the way you lose him. Mm-hmm. So you ended up jumping onto the show, the Lafife show.
Right.
How quickly did you light up on that piece?
I struggled the entire time with like my identity and stuff. Like I know that it didn't come across that way, but behind the scenes, I did not like some of the questions. I didn't like some of the way I was being portrayed. I didn't like being put in certain situations. And I would talk to them behind the scenes about it. I never said anything like publicly about it at first. So I was always be like, your questions are, biased, and like your questions are putting me in a box, and your questions are doing this. And like, I would have questions about it because I was like, well, what are you trying to paint what's this picture you want me to paint here? You know, like I'm cool with being a feisty girl, but like some of these questions are crazy. And I honestly struggle a lot with like, how do I present, like, how do I answer this? Like, what do I do? And I used to just, I had so much backlash. Like the backlash was hard. It was hard. It was hard to take, you know, because I was like,
I gotta cut you off a little bit.
Especially when I was on YouTube, because if Facebook, it wasn't too bad, the backlash. It was more so when we got into the YouTube space.
Yeah, because Facebook, you can look at the backlash and see what it is, and then turn your phone over and walk away and go get you a drink and do whatever.
And that's it. Yeah.
But on YouTube, you're seeing it,
like,
and they watching you, and they watching your face like this.
Oh, they were ugly on YouTube. I mean, the mob would be like, she's a bitch and she's this, and you know, you don't deserve this and that. And I was just like, I was like, what? Like, I mean, and the more I would share about my personal life, which is why I don't like to talk about it, the more it would be like criticized and bashed. And I used to be like, ugh, this is tough. So I struggle, but on the show, I always put on a confident face, and on the show, I always presented like I knew what I was, you know, like this is what I'm doing, you know. And so I loved it. You know, I loved just being podcasting. You know, I loved having these conversations. I loved pushing myself and researching and trying to find out, you know, what my position was on certain things. And like, I used to just get more vocal, and then I got more secure with myself, you know, because I like, you know, like I was doing the show over a year, you know, like, you know, a long time. So I started to get comfortable with who I was, and you could see me getting more comfortable, you know, as the time progressed. But then it got to a point where I was like kind of ready to leave the show. I was ready to like just step away, because I was going to, at that point, just kind of start something on my own and do something different. You know, I was kind of tired of the way that I was treated by the members, not more so like not the subscribers, but I was getting like how like they are, you know, like Anton treated me, you know. So I had huge issues with that. And like me and, you know, me and B Nix, we got along more than me and Anton, or, you know, so B Nix could call me and kind of like talk to me, and she see where I was at with it. But yeah, that eventually I got to a place where I was kind of like, all right, it's my time to just kind of walk away from the show. It was just like not really feeding where I wanted it to feed me. So I resigned. I resigned. And what's the reason I can't, and that's the reason I cammed up on this show was because I had put in my resignation. I had put in my resignation. I told JR that I was leaving the show, but I was still going to watch the show as a fan. Right? Like, I still want to be a fan of the show because I love the show. And I tune in and they're talking shit about me on the show that day. So I'm like, so when I came on, if y'all was to play it, you'll hear me. I'm like, oh, I hear y'all talking all this shit about me when I'm not on the show. So now I'm here. So what's up? You know,
so let me jump in there, because I don't really do reality shows, but this one, you know, I was in it. I was part of.
You was here, exactly.
I was there for it, right? So what happened was, you guys have to understand how Facebook groups get.
Yeah.
The Facebook group for the Lapeef experience was extremely rough. Even Rilla called it Gladiator School. You had crews called the Powder Puff Girls, where it was some of the strongest personalities. He even included KA in there, Peace to KA, right?
I was a Powerpuff Girl as well.
Oh yeah. You know? But it was so that Lapeef Facebook group. yo, they go hard in the paint, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you soft skinned, just go stay in like the knitting and the pottery groups on Facebook. But they were part of it. And at some point, Tawana, as she was on the show, people really went ham. People really went ham on her. And one of the issues that she had was this. And you don't even know, Tawana. I'm gonna share something with you, yo. Real talk. The Lapeef experience, Kevin, MTR, the experience you had, it actually helped me shape the way that I situate this ecosystem on my channel. It's about safety. We call it the garden. So you could come in here talking some outlandish shit, but guess what? Every single person in this piece is finna respect your ass regardless and allow you to say it, because I afford everybody that opportunity.
Yeah.
But there was one point where the chat was getting nasty and the Facebook group was getting nasty, right? And Tawana had an issue with it. And during that time, when that first week she was out, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Tawana, you'll know how much I was watching. During that first week she was out, there was a lot of stuff going on. And what she did was she did a stream that she put to the group, basically was letting them know, hey, this is where my issue is. My issue is that I feel that I'm the soul woman, the soul feminine, it's for people. Tawana hold the 2 ovaries, right? And the rest of them was 6 nuts, okay? And she did not feel protected because you are the proprietor of this particular venue, and people that you allow into the venue are shitting on me. Yeah. So what I'm going to do at this moment is allow Andrea to articulate why she's here. And go ahead, Miss Layla. She's been waiting to talk, and Andrea, I do apologize. I know I'm in pocket and I'm structured, but I do apologize.
I know, y'all just into the good part, and I gotta go in a minute.
I'm sorry, Andrea. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't have a problem with that. I'm good. So I ran across your video because Chef did tell me about it, but one day I was on YouTube and I ran across the video.
Whoa. Before you get to that piece, talking about the safety.
The safety.
Okay. Be talking about that thing.
Okay. Over here, I feel safe over here. Him and Vic ain't gonna let nobody come over here, say anything to me out the way. They'll be just off. They won't be over here. We block. So I have never, I have always felt safe over here. And that's why pretty much I love being over here, because I feel safe and protected over here. Yeah. When I say these 2 brothers got my back, they got my back. Yeah. So it's a refreshing thing to have that. And I mean, you're on YouTube, but sometimes you don't know you need some allies. You need some strong brothers, because only people look crazy on YouTube. Yeah. But it's very safe over here, and I love it. So that's why I love being over here.
A lot of what Chef said was true, but I'll say this, that I didn't necessarily feel like the backlash was the problem, because I did get a lot of backlash from the subscribers and from everybody, but I felt like the way JR and Anton handled it was the problem. Like I felt like they intentionally put me in situations that were not cool. Like they put people on the panels who would come on there and disrespect me and treat me crazy. And I was like, no, like I don't care about what these subscribers are doing, but I'm not gonna let y'all treat me disrespectful. Like y'all gonna have to respect me, and if y'all not gonna respect me, then I can't be on this show, because like I don't feel like I had a level of respect that I should have. And so I think that I made a video that kind of went viral a little bit on my IG page, and I talked about how I didn't feel like I had a level of respect from them, that it almost put me in a situation where I felt unsafe, like, in the environment, I was like, I don't really feel safe. And I felt like some dudes would get like completely out of pocket to the point where like I was threatened and I would like, it was all kinds of craziness that was happening. And I was like, no, like, let me resign peacefully. So I privately sent an email to JR and I was like, hey, you know, I enjoyed my time on this show. Thank you so much for the opportunity, but I am going to like, you know, like I want to leave the show. And he was like, and I was like, I'll give you 30 days or, you know, whatever. And he was like, you don't have to give me 30 days if you don't want. He was like, I would like for you to give me 30 days, but he was like, if you can't, that's fine too. And he was like, you know, but I really don't want you to leave the show. I want you to really think about it, you know? And so during that time, I was like, okay, cool. Like I'll think about it, you know? And then I tuned into the show and like Anton's like talking shit about me and like they're saying stuff about me. And I'm like, wait a minute, like where this come from? You know what I'm saying? Like, why are y'all publicly bashing me? I guess I found out that they had a problem with my respect video that I put out. And because I put that video out, maybe people like they had a lot of backlash from it that they didn't really like that backlash. And so as a result of that, they felt like they was going to go ahead and humiliate me and embarrass me. And so that's kind of what happened. Like, so then I like became the brunt of like the jokes or whatever they thought was funny and whatever they thought was going to ruin me and ruin my life. And it was just like 3 days, 3 shows of them talking shit about me.
3 shows.
Yeah. And so like I had friends watching because there were friends of mine that were fans of the show and they were just like so upset. And like there were pictures of me and, you know, my kids saw it and stuff like that. Like there was just comments of being made about me and stuff. And like, it was just like a horrible time. It was just a horrible time.
All right. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I just kind of didn't understand why they had so much backlash or why they felt a certain way about me. And then I was later told that they didn't appreciate my respect video and how it painted them and painted the show. And they felt like I should have called them personally and talked about that.
All right. So I'm going to talk about this now.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to look like a hypocrite, right?
Yeah.
First and foremost, the original Lapeef crew, even into the next iteration, the second generation, I loved all of them. B-Nix, I done kicked it with B-Nix, kicked it with Anton, kicked it, broke bread with Anton, B-Nix, and Lapeef JR, you know, Courtney, Rilla, who's literally one of my friends. Me, Rilla, and E Black are the 3 amigos, you know.
Yeah.
So, of course, me having this conversation, it kind of puts me in a weird place. But the thing is, in terms of everybody that I know that knows that I have friends here and there, I've been one of the people that's been able to moderate and arbitrate arguments in the hood. You understand? That's a position that I play.
Yeah.
So I got love for them fellas, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, I just have to make sure that I put that out there, you know, just to be fair and honest, right? So at this point, because I understand how you felt, and I watched it at the time. When I seen it, remember, you're a character in the movie. They're also characters in the movie. But guess who's the smartest people? The director, producer,
right,
and the person watching it, because they see where the disconnect took place. And I remember that night. And when I saw the video about not protecting me, right?
Right.
I literally like, oh shit, Tawana, no. And then I saw the show where they curated the questions, right? Where you were not on the show and they curated the questions. And I even looked at my old lady, I was like, oh man, I wish you didn't do that video. Those questions are tailored towards her. And then next thing you know, within a few minutes, I see Tawana pop up. I'm like, hey, I heard y'all was I heard somebody was saying something about
Y'all got
me.
some shit to say about me. What's
Right.
up? What's
So
up?
watch it. We gonna do so now. You see this
What's
Tawana?
up?
You see it? She like, what's up? What up? What's popping, son? So mind you,
Say it to my face.
she don't just do it in one place. She does it in other places too, right? So if you've never seen this wonderful sister before, I'm finna show you who this wonderful sister is and where you may have seen her before. Boom, boom.
Kevin Samuels.
Tawana was on, yeah, we're gonna use that one. Tawana was on Kevin Samuels' show, y'all.
I was on the KS show. And honestly, I was talking mess about Kevin Samuels, and he came in the Lapeep chat, and he was like, since you want to talk all this mess, you need to come on my show and give me on my smoke show. And I was like, all right, I'll come on your smoke show then. And then afterward, JR was like, do you know what you just volunteered to do? I was like, no, I have no idea. Like, I'm thinking,
obviously,
like, I had no idea. He was like, you need to go watch his shows, like, literally. And I give him a lot of credit because I was just gonna go on the show and be like, whatever. And I started watching his show, but then I got nervous. I'm like, oh my God, I'm going on this show. This man, he is like, he got all these talking points. I don't know what the hell I'm going on his show.
You went on, and remember, I watched you. I was like, yo, even I told my lady, I was like, I swear to God, I was like, yo, I said to her, like, yo, what am I going to do? Tawana doing?
Yeah.
She don't know where she going.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Going there, right? Yo, and Tawana was prepared. She went and took the braids out and shit. All of a sudden, you seen she was wearing her little bob with the swoop over.
Yeah, I had my hair
like, yo, she was prepared. Kevin will make y'all get your toes done, even if they in some boots. Get your nails done. When Kevin stops in, the ladies be quiet and they start doing like this.
Yeah, I was like, okay. He literally, it was a pleasant conversation. But from that show, we got a lot of people who followed the Lapeep show after that. And that brought a lot of people to the Lapeep show. And like maybe a couple months later is when I decided that I was gonna go ahead and leave the show. And so it just all happened kind of that way, And I mean, to be honest, like I just expected to leave the show and be done with the Lapeep show and just, let them continue success. I had nothing against them. I just really didn't want to be a part of it no more because it wasn't like I didn't want that type of representation for myself. Like I didn't like the way I was being represented on the show. And I always talked to JR about it. It wasn't like it was something that came out the blue. It was just something that I never said vocally. And I think when I put the respect video out, they felt offended. Like I should have had a conversation with them first before I put the video out. And so that's fine. They can feel that way. What I didn't appreciate was the lies that were told about me after that. Because at the end of the day, I didn't deserve to be lied on just because y'all didn't like my respect video. I didn't deserve to be bashed and humiliated and talked about the way I was talked about because you didn't like my respect video. I mean, I was called a drunk. I was said that I was like doing something inappropriate with Anton. Like it was a lot of inferences made. And I was like, wait, I literally met him one time with the entire group. It was me, B-Nix, and JR. At the height of COVID, we were like, oh, we're going to go out because we were going to take pictures and do all this stuff. But it was the height of COVID. Everything was closed. And so this restaurant was like, cool, we'll let y'all do it. But y'all can only be here for an hour and a half. Like they was really trying to put time restraints on how, you know, how long you could be in restaurants at that time. So we were there. We met at the restaurant. We ate. We had a good time. And we literally said bye. Like that was the first meeting. We all, you know, met, said bye. And I went home. This fool is acting like that was the only time I've ever seen him in person. The only time. And then, you know, for him to make inferences like there was anything. And I'm like, aren't you a married man? Like, why would you even want to put that out there? I wasn't married at the time. Like I literally had just been with Christopher like less than a year, like almost a year, you know? So like I had just met him, you know? So I was just kind of like, you know, whatever, like getting my relationship off the ground. But like he literally put all these things out and like JR allowed it. And I felt disrespected again. And I still feel disrespected by them for even like attempting to do something like that to me. And what was their point of doing that? And I was really emotional about that because I felt like they were cool enough to the point where they would not do that stuff to me. Like they would not treat me like that. But I think that the notoriety went to their head. I think that they wanted the ratings and they wanted to make sure they discredited me and made sure that whatever I was going to say about them, that my voice wasn't powerful enough to override what they would say about me. So they wanted to make sure they painted my character in a certain way so that like I couldn't have a start on YouTube. Like I had to completely start over.
So now I have to say this, and I want to make sure that I say this because of course I got love for you. I got love for them. You can look on the internet and you see me chilling with them, right? So, but the thing is, I can maintain my my own degree of decorum in terms of how I perceive things.
Yeah.
So, what I want to say is this, because I understand your feeling about them not protecting you, right? Yeah. So now, for me, looking at JR and how he moves and everything, and being around him and seeing him, you know, being the you know, the master person pulling the strings behind the scenes and not looking to be up front.
Yeah.
Do you think that it was something that JR did where he purposely did it, or were you more upset at him not giving as much of a reaction, you know, to stop what was going on? Do you think that he wanted the chat and them to disrespect you, or were you upset at the fact that he did not respond the way that you wished for him to respond?
I wasn't upset with JR about the chat. I was upset with the way he allowed Anton to treat me. I was upset with the things that he allowed to be said about me. I was upset with the fact that he pretty much was like a coward and did not confront me after that whole encounter, and would not, like, I was upset with a lot of things, but I definitely am not upset with JR about no chat and what the chat was saying. That is bullshit. Like, I would never be upset with them over stuff that's being said in the chat, because nobody can control YouTube subscribers. They gonna say whatever they want to say on social media outlets, but it matters how you, as the head of the organization or the head of LaPeep, treats me. If you're going to treat me like dirt, if you're going to allow other people to treat me like dirt, if you don't have no say on your own show, you're letting this man, Anton, control this entire show, then you are to blame as well. I'm not going to just blame the vocal person. I'm going to blame who is allowing it to happen, because he has power. That was his show. He had every right to be like, no, chill out. I'm not going to talk about this, and I'm not going to say anything else about it. But he allowed him to publicly humiliate me. He allowed him to lie. And then he said he backed him up and actually supported some of the stuff he was saying. What are you doing? You know I'm not no drunk. You know that nothing ever happened between us. Why are you doing that? That's what I didn't get. That's what I didn't understand.
Well, did you have a conversation with him, a private conversation with JR about before you made your video? Did you have a conversation with him, a private conversation, and say, look, I didn't feel protected. I didn't feel like you protected me, blah, blah, blah. Did you have a conversation before you made your video?
All of them.
You did.
I've talked to JR several times. He was like, I'm going to work on the questions. I'm going to work on this. Like, he's always told me what he was going to do. I talked to Anton several times. I talked to B Nick several times. They all knew. It was no secret.
Okay.
They trying to act like they got blindsided. No. Like, they had been talking to me. I had been vocal behind the scenes all the time. I was always saying what was my problem, how I felt on the show, how I felt disrespected.
I thought Tawana was overreacting until the the episode where B Nix told Ton Dog, "Yeah, I'll beat your ass." I was like, "Whoa!"
Yeah.
And so when you made, what was you thinking when you made that video and went viral? What was you thinking? Did you think it was going to go viral when you made the video?
No. I made it because at the time, it was a show that happened, and I had a lot of feedback from my fans or people who was like cool with me, and they were like, I don't like how that you being treated on the show, and I don't like this. And so I made it as a reaction to what some of people were saying. But they had already known that I didn't, how I felt about that show. They already knew. There's text messages exchanged between all three of us where we were in chats talking about how I didn't like being represented. Anton was he was just trying to make me feel comfortable with the show and let it grow organically, and not for me not to intervene in how the questions are being formed, because I didn't understand the purpose of the show at the time. I will say that. I feel like it was more of a man-centered show. And like, for me, Anton was trying to help me see that. Like, listen, we doing something here. Like, I know you taking a lot of hits and a lot of backlash. Just don't read the comments. Don't do this. But like let us do that. And I was like, okay, but at the end of the day, like, y'all cannot allow certain things. Like, I don't want y'all talking to me crazy on here. Like, y'all always need to treat me with respect.
Yes.
And y'all always need to talk to me a certain way. And like, I'm not going to tolerate whatever. And then it would be like, we would get on the show and then they would say stuff and they would be disrespectful to me. And I'm like, okay, we had this conversation. Y'all agree to be respectful to me. But then the moment I say something you don't like, now you talking to me like you don't have no respect for me. And I don't appreciate that. And if you don't have no respect for me, I shouldn't be on y'all panel and I shouldn't be on this show. And that's how I felt.
Did y'all have conversations like after you done this show? Because this is what me and Chef and Big do. We used to talk after the show, but we don't do that no more because we gonna be arguing. So we I put a rule in. I had to put a rule in. Shout out to Battle of the Sexes. I put a rule in and said, "Hey, let's sleep on it tomorrow." Tomorrow we'll talk about the show. So, did y'all have a conversation after the show where everybody said how everything went, what y'all didn't like, what y'all weren't feeling? Did y'all have conversations like that?
We didn't really do anything like that, but we had a pretty fluid, like we had a chat that we talked in all the time, and we had a relationship where I could call JR, I could call Anton, I could call B Nix, and we all talked. Like, it wasn't like, so it was always like we always was in communication. So we at that point we had known each other for so long. We had been on the show for a while. Like, we was, they knew I was like feisty. They knew I, whatever. And so they was just kind of like, girl, like, look, like, we growing though. People like it. I'm like, yeah, I understand. But what y'all don't understand is the position y'all keep putting me in. Like, y'all making me a target for certain individuals because of the way y'all talk to me. Y'all have to treat me with respect. Even if y'all don't like what I'm saying, y'all still have to be respectful to me. And I'm not about to be on a show where I'm being dogged and talked too crazy. I'm just not about to do that. And if that's the type of show, and then if that's what y'all want, then this ain't the show for me. You know what I'm saying? So then I think it just got to that point.
So
Go ahead.
How did you feel when after the video went viral? Because when the video went viral, what viral means is everybody and mama watching that video.
Yeah, you talking about the one where me and my husband was on it, or are you talking about the
one you said you the
respect video? Yeah. I was actually proud of that video. Like, I had no qualms with it. I understand that they felt like I shouldn't have put that out there, that it hurt the brand.
Mhm.
I understand that and I can respect that, but I can't respect your actions afterward. I can't respect what you did, and I can't respect the way you responded to that.
Okay.
And I felt like you think that it's cool to like dog me, talk about me, spread lies about me, make insinuations that wasn't true. Like y'all thought that was reasonable to do because of a video that I put out where I did not call y'all no names. I did not disrespect them at all. I spoke my truth about how I felt about my experience on the show, which was a true experience, which I still have the video up because it was seriously how I felt on the show in that moment. And it was how I felt. You know.
Listen, I'm gonna say this.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be real with you. There was a moment where I was like, why she ain't talk to the brothers? Obviously, I was not connected
You didn't
at
know.
that time.
Exactly.
So it was like, yo, I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought you were being messy, right? Because I didn't realize I was not a YouTuber at that time, so I didn't understand the back channel communications and the capability of it, you know.
But I mean, and then they made it they made it seem as if we never talked about it and they didn't know either. So of course, for you and the viewers probably felt like I just came out of nowhere and was upset, like, and that's not how it happened at all.
Let's let them see it.
There were many conversations about this. Yeah.
So let's let them see. Let's let them see a little taste, because we ain't keeping you here all night. Let's give them a little taste of your final night with Lapeef.
My final nights.
Regularly,
yes.
Right? You just called me like a week and a half ago.
Exactly.
Right? And I had you on my show multiple times for you to say anything that you wanted to say and emphasize. And I always be telling you, like, Tawana, yo, don't worry about it. I'm up here, like, you know, really, really massaging and protecting you and saying, yo, don't worry about the comments. You moving in the right direction. All of this other type of stuff. I'm actually encouraging you and pushing for your success. And then you want to turn around and not only not mention the other side of the story that we haven't, but then you want to emphasize and say and paint this narrative like me and JR is not having your back. Like we wasn't both on the phone with you multiple times, trying to ensure that you're successful and all of this.
I wasn't both on the show on the phone with me. Let's get that straight. You talk to me.
JR, have we not been on a three-way with this chick?
No, you have not. You have been on three-way with me.
What? Jesus Christ.
When have y'all been on three-way with me? JR, I talked to you privately, and Anton, I talked to you privately. Don't get me wrong. That had nothing.
But the thing about
had nothing to do with what was said on the show about me. What was said on the show about me was you trying to have emphasis on something negative about me. When you know me outside of the show, why would you even try to highlight that about me? Why would you throw me under the bus? And
you know the thing about it is that I never nobody trying to throw you under the bus.
You never once mentioned Tawana is this person. I know her. I know her character. You never once supported that. You never once said anything about me. And when you're on the show, you talk about my man, my husband all the time. You call him names. I've never once said anything about
I think he a beta.
Once.
I ain't changed. I ain't changed that when we was on the phone. Yo, my wife checked you straight up in the comments. Real talk.
Check me. Your wife can't check me.
Yeah, whatever. Okay. That's exactly what you did. But the point is that the same way I am offline was the exact same way I am on the show, and I don't switch up for nobody. Not one person.
you were.
That's right.
Yo. I was in Chicago. No, bring him back. He a beta. He's still a beta.
Baby.
You still a beta. You still a beta.
This is the reason. You ain't.
We just having conversations. We just having conversation. Chris, we just having conversation. We just having conversation. Let's just have conversations, y'all. Let's just have conversations.
You better control him.
Hey, we just having conversations.
Don't mute me, because you know what's real.
We just having conversations. Let's just have a conversation.
You know what's real though?
We don't have to involve anybody else in it. Let's just have a conversation.
Hold on, JR.
Tawana. Let's just have a conversation.
Let's be real.
Let's just have a conversation.
I got the receipts if you really want to get into it like that. You want this conversation to go that way? You want the conversation to go this way? Do you want the conversation to go this way? Real talk.
Let's just have a conversation.
You better tell him
Let's just have a conversation.
It's gonna go bad for you. I promise you.
You better keep my out your mouth.
It's gonna go bad.
Let's just have a conversation, y'all.
It's gonna go bad for you.
Anton, let's just have a conversation.
You better tell him.
Let's just have a conversation.
If he don't want to get disappointed, you better tell him to leave the room.
Let's just have a conversation, Anton. Let's just have a conversation.
Right. I'm gonna play nice. But don't keep asking me to treat these chicks with kid gloves when they not ready for the real truth. Because I got the receipts.
You
I
ain't
know
got truth about me.
All right, you guys.
Yeah.
All right, you guys.
Period. Don't know shit about me.
I think we're gonna end it on this.
Heard about me if he'll say.
Hey, Tawana. We're gonna end it on this. End it on this. We still got more shows to do.
Bro. Why we ending it? Do he want to know who his chick really is or what?
No, we're gonna just have a conversation. If we can have a conversation.
Talk about this is what y'all.
All right, I'm gonna be my chick is saying be the bigger person, so I'm gonna be the bigger person.
I don't care nothing about what the chick is saying, and don't you ever talk to me about what she's saying. Live your life, let me live mine.
All right, just know you asked for this.
I asked for you talk about me behind my back. Period. That's why my dude came on the show because he know you just talk behind my back.
Hey, Chicago Brother, what are your thoughts?
Hey man, look, hey, I think it's
Lord have mercy.
How you feel
about this?
Yo, JR, Anton, you understand what I'm doing right now? You get what I'm saying? It's no mess. It's just us rehashing aspects of history.
Yeah.
In terms of what's going on.
Well, the video's still up. So
yes.
It's so crazy.
So.
Let me tell you something, Chef. I have not seen that video since then. Like I've never watched it again. Because like literally when I left the show and I said that I would never watch that show again, like I never watched it again. And people were like, you don't know this person or that person. I don't know any of the new people because I just did not watch the show. So whoever was on the show when I was there, like who I had met, like Courtney and them, I knew them, but I didn't know like any of the new people. I don't know what the format of the show is anymore. Like I literally stopped watching it when I did that. But what's so interesting is some of the stuff that he said, when you're in the show, you don't hear everything. Like now I'm looking at it like, he said what? I wish I would have said this, blah, blah.
I asked you about it. I was like, Tawana, what was this on Friday? I was like, girl, I didn't know it was like this.
Some of the stuff that he said, like when he was like, I got some receipts. I'm like, he said he got receipts. I guess in that moment, I'm so angry. I'm sitting there focused on whatever I'm angry about, but not really focusing on what he was saying and trying to address what he was saying, So I'm like, yeah, that was interesting. It was just interesting how you're trying to say that you have receipts on me doing what, sir? Like, I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, why are you doing that? Like, I feel like that was the thing. That's the thing that I'm talking about. It's like the low character, the low vibration. Why do you have to make me look like I was something that I wasn't? I never gave you any indication to make you feel like you needed to make me feel like I was a hoe or I was inappropriate or you needed to discredit me. Like, why did you do that? For what? What was his point? Like, that's why I don't get that. I just don't respect that. And I have a problem with the way like I was treated even on that day. Like JR knows my husband. That's why he was like, Chris, like he knows him. You know what I'm saying? So it was more so just like, why y'all being disrespectful? They were that mad about my video. They were that pissed that I put that respect video out, and they felt like I should have talk to them first. Like I shouldn't have made a move like that without talking to them. And in hindsight, maybe I should have, right? Like maybe I should have talked to them.
I got two questions for you. I have two questions for you. Because I've seen the development of that particular network and that channel from early on. And you were a major part of the foundational aspect of it, right?
Yeah.
When I think about when it was just four on the screen, Lapeef, JR, Anton, B. Nix, and yourself.
Yeah.
The show has thus evolved, and their capabilities as content creators and skillful producers has evolved as well. And I'll give my opinion. I haven't really been giving my opinion. My opinion, when I look at it, is the JR and Anton of today, September 1st, 2022, is not the same JR and Anton of that day when that event took place, because I do have to, it's important that I create a level of fairness and honesty. There was another show where Tawana and I actually met online that I was originally a part of, that I built that channel to monetization, right?
Yes.
And Tawana you were on that show. Anton joined the show, and he provided what looked to me as a sincere apology, right?
Yes, he did.
So I'd prefer you let the folks know that piece.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked a couple times since then. And so
true.
There has been conversations about what happened, and so I think that I appreciated that Anton reached out. I mean, of course, B Nix reached out to me as well during that time, but Anton did reach out, and we talked about, the issues. And from his perspective, he never inferred that there was anything inappropriate between me and him.
He was just playing dirty, like, yo, word? Okay. Oh, wait, you want me to do this? You want me to do this? It looked like he looked like he was playing games.
He said he was trying to piss Chris off, because of what happened, right? But from our perspective, it seemed like he tried to paint it as like there was something that I did inappropriate and something that he was going to expose about me. And then, we talked about like him calling me a drunk, like it was just kind of like, why did you do those things? And I think,
let me clarify that one for you.
Yeah.
There was the last show. Tawana wasn't expecting to have to do a show on that particular day. She was at a birthday party, and she had already gotten to starting a party. Your boy Chef, we getting lit over here. And what it ended up happening was, from what I understand, you correct me if I'm wrong, that you were letting them know, yo, I'm already lit, fam. So, you go into that.
Yeah, so we were normally on Thursdays, as Chef told you. This particular week, we were going to do Sunday. We were going to go live Sunday because JR had something to do. Somebody had something to do. So we rescheduled the show. Okay. But Sunday, I had a day party with my husband's cousin. And we went to a day party. I'm like super close with his family. So I'm going to the party. We kicking it. When we get to the party, she turned 30. And the party was, it was lit. We had a day party. So we kicking it. So me and my husband kicking it, but it ended at 6. Okay. I was like, okay, I probably still can do the show because we aired at 7:30. So I'm like, all right. But when I got in the car, I was like, nah, I ain't gonna get on the show like this now. I'm glossy. We've been drinking, we've been kicking it. So me and my husband called the show, and I called JR and I was like, listen, y'all go live without me today because I'm super lit right now, and me and my husband, we was kicking it, and Chris said hi to them. Like it was all good. Okay. Anton told the story like you was drunk, calling off shows, and your husband had to come pick you up because you was so drunk you couldn't even get home. That's not how the story went at all. First of all, I'm a grown woman. I can drink at a party. I can kick it. That's right. That does not make nobody a drunk. For you to say something like that, that's actually defamation. Like for you to say that somebody's a drunk because of that experience, it was, to me, it was like a manipulation of the situation. Okay. And I think that I was put in situations where people had agendas and they were trying to like paint me in a light and told people the story in a whole nother way. But it was literally like I was with my husband and we had a good time at a party and I couldn't go live that day. And I was like, y'all should still go live though. Like, how it is. Me, you and Erica. If Erica out of town or I'm out of town, y'all still can go live. Like you have to go around the schedule.
The show gotta keep going. The show has to the show must go on. Yeah. It might not, you gotta refill it. The show must go on.
Exactly. in mind, there were weeks where other members, I won't say, were not able to come on, and it was no problem. But the week that I couldn't come on, like they tried to make it like a big deal. But at the end of the day, I was not about to go on, and I was like tipsy. And so from there, he ended up pretty much using that to tell everybody I was a drunk. Okay. Like, how can you do something like that? I think that was just like, to me, that was like really below the belt. It was like really, it was really hurtful when I was a part of that. And the way that they talked about me and the way they treated me, it hurt me a lot, because I was like, I'm thinking like, you know how you think you and Chef cool? I'm thinking like, I'm cool. Like, these are my people.
Yes.
Not like they are going to eat me alive and like humiliate me in front of all of our subscribers. And that's what they did.
See, but the thing, when I met Chef and Vic, we had a conversation offline, and I bought. Look, I'm true to YouTube stuff, so I've been through some relationship, so especially Battle of the Sexes too. So shout out to my crew and Battle of the Sexes. But I learned some shit over there by their ass.
Name that crew.
The crew, okay. So I said it to Chef and Vic. I said, hey, look, we got issues. We'll talk offline. We got some problems. We'll talk offline. But one thing we ain't gonna never do is let nobody see us bashing each other. If somebody walk away, we're gonna wish you well and go on about your business. We ain't gonna never tell what really happened. And that's how I think it should be.
Yeah. And I think you're so right. And I wish that that's how it happened. I understand why my husband intervened. I was pregnant.
Yes.
I was high risk. Yes. And I was on a show where they were talking crazy to me, and he saw that and he didn't like it, because he don't like no man talking to me like that. That ain't, like, why are you talking to my wife like that? Right. Especially because it's not just some random YouTube people. These were people who he knew that we were cool. Like, like they had plans to meet my husband one day. Like, it was that kind of vibe. So my husband, like, no, y'all ain't gonna talk to my wife like that. She got to take it from these YouTube streets and all these other crazy people. Like, y'all.
Oh, I know what Chris was saying. Hold on, I know what Chris was saying. He was saying this.
Fuck out of here with that bullshit.
For real.
Keep going.
And I was like appreciative of him in that moment, but at that time, I really understood that we just needed to separate. And I wished him well. I wished him well. I understand. Like, that wasn't the right fit for me. And it just didn't work out. Like, it wasn't a right fit for me. And I was like on this campaign to get revenge against them for a long time.
Okay.
I was like, oh, I'm gonna get them. I'm gonna get revenge, because how they gonna talk about me like that? And that literally is why
people don't normally admit that. I appreciate you admitting that
I admit
you had a vendetta.
I hated them, because I felt that they really did me dirty. Like, I felt that they did me dirty. I felt like it was wrong what they did, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna get them. Oh, trust me, I'm gonna get them.
Let's talk about evolution.
Go ahead.
I apologize.
And that led me to dealing with people that I should have never ever associated myself with. But my heart, me trying to get back at these people, me trying to treat them like they treated me trying to humiliate them, me trying to, get them as hard as they got me, that what I put in my heart, it came back at me. It came back at me. And so everything I went through on KWK, that was like me definitely choosing to be in the wrong association, dealing with the wrong people, having the wrong like intuition and understanding. And that's on me for dealing with those people and being associated with those people. Like, that's on me. And that's how I look at it. I look at it like, who you choose to be around is what type of stuff happens to you. And they are obsessed, stalking weirdos, and they literally stalked me for days and days and weeks and months, and still stalking me to this day. Like, that's the type of situation that I put myself in. So I was like, okay, I gotta leave this whole like trying to get back, trying to get revenge. Like, I gotta leave that alone because it's getting me nowhere. It's literally pulling me down worse than where I was when I was even on the Lapita. You know, like it's pulling me down even further into the gutter. You know.
So I gotta apologize to you, right? And in terms of my apology, it's not an apology for malicious behavior. It's an apology for unintended circumstances or results based on something that I thought was a smart idea, right? What I thought was a eureka moment or epiphany. KWK didn't know who you were. He didn't know who, what's his name, Hannibal was. He didn't know who several people were.
Yeah.
Right? Because you were there and you left before he got there. Yeah. So what it was I spoke of you. One of the biggest arguments was I was like, yo, bro, I'm telling you about this thing and you refuse to go and watch the damn show, you know? And I told him of you. That's why when it was like, yo, she's the mother and all of these things, these were based on things that I stated.
Yeah.
Right? Just like when I tell Tawana about, Andrea about her friends that watch stuff and then she gets her information from them. He got the information from me. And in terms of my apology at that time, I did not fully entrench myself with the fact of the type of person I was dealing with.
Yeah.
What ended my relationship with that particular network was the fact that I refused to diss JR, diss Anton, diss Rilla, who's one of my great friends. Rilla, me, and E Black, we the three amigos, literally. Okay, that's our name.
I love
and it's
Rilla.
like, yo, real talk, and he has nothing but love for you, you know. And he's a beautiful person.
He really
First
is.
time when that first conversation, that KWK thing happened, Rilla asked if he sent me his number in DM, called him. I'm on the phone, on speakerphone. My old lady and my daughter come in and she hears, and my daughter says, Daddy, that sounds like Chicago Rilla. He's like, I said, come here. I said, what's Daddy and Mommy's favorite show? She said, La Pive. And she literally named all of the people, but she named Rilla first. Yeah. And that's how he and I, and this is October 6th or 7th, became cool. You get me?
Yeah.
So that's the fact that I would not deny a group of people that created happiness for me and my late old lady, you know, and gave us something to do on a Thursday night. Remember, if you are old enough, Thursday night belonged to the Cosby Show.
Yeah.
And it's a different world. Thursday night is powerful, y'all.
Yeah.
You know, and they controlled our Thursday nights. So that was the reason, because I refused to deny people that provided me a high degree of joy, right?
Yeah.
So now.
But let me say this to Chef.
Please do.
I'm glad you apologized, but really it was so unnecessary because your heart was in the right place when you brought me in that circle. And I think that we all thought the same thing, like, oh, we can really kind of take this show to the next level and we really can be we're really starting something here. And I think that was what I was like. I was definitely like, I need to reinvent myself. You know, I was in that mode.
And I was proud to be a part of it too.
Yeah, me too. I was like, oh, this is going to be good. You know, when it started to get salacious, I was like, I don't want to do this, right? Like, I ain't trying to do this. And I got too deep in it. I think once I decided to pull out, it was like, nah, you ain't going to just pull out. We gonna get you out, baby.
You gotta say pause. You say you pulled out. I
tried to pull out. I was actually working with another show as well, and those men were like, I don't like to say criminals, but let me just say this: like, there's a certain mindset of some people. Like, some people, they just want to manipulate women. They want to use people. Like, they still have that mindset, and they don't want to grow from that. They don't want to be different. And they can't help but be who they are. They can't help but be manipulators. They can't help but have an agenda. They can't help but plot against people. And like, I was like literally in the setting myself up, like putting myself in situations where I should not have put myself in those situations. But it was like, it is what it is. Like now in hindsight, I'm like, what were you thinking? But at the time, I was just like, I'm trying to get my show off the ground. Like I was getting stuff done. I was getting my name back out there. Like that was what was important, you know, but you can't partner with everybody. Everybody is not your friend. People have agendas that you don't know about. And people literally plotted to set me up, plotted against me, like put me in weird situations that they could use against me. And then they tried to ruin my life. Like they were like, I'm going to ruin her marriage. I'm going to ruin her marriage. You know, I'm going to ruin her life.
That was that KWK show where it was literally about 3 shows where
he was calling me thigh.
Clearly emoted, right?
Yeah.
And I don't want to get into all of it, but the individual clearly emoted that it was his goal, and he stated it at the show, that I am going to ruin your marriage. Yeah. And in another 2 subsequent shows, he stated, watch this, he had Tawana. Then the next target was our beloved Courtney Michelle. I am Courtney Michelle. And he literally stated, and Courtney had nothing to do with this guy. She don't even know him. They've never communicated online or spoken. But because anybody that was tied into my bro, E Black, I said, my bro, I slept at this man's house. While I was asleep, his dog, Tink, tried to hump my face multiple times.
I heard that story.
Right? Okay. I cooked for him, his wife, his daughter. And we broke bread multiple times. He was in Atlanta and we had a blast. He kicked it with me and my son, my 23-year-old son.
Yeah.
Yo, when I look at that situation and you see everything that went down, it was messed up because he literally said, I am going to ruin her marriage. That's my goal. Yeah. And he went and attacked Courtney. And the whole reason they stated, because he provided, you know, in this quid pro quo, you let the other person know what your demand is. And his demand to both of them women is, I'm going to destroy your life.
Yeah.
If you do not tell E Black to stop his 30 for 30, easy work. And make him, if you don't make him stop doing it, and you don't have him delete those videos, he said, I am going to destroy your marriage. He told the other person, I am going to destroy you. It's critical that we understand that.
He really was like, I'm going to destroy your life. And
over E Black doing 30 for 30. A grown man, E Black, a grown man living in another state. I just want to get that clear.
Yeah. He didn't go after E Black. He came after me, which I had nothing to do with that at all.
E Black was uncapable.
I didn't even know E Black was doing that. It kind of like made me go look and see that E Black was doing. So that's how I kind of got reconnected to E Black, because I really wasn't involved at all. And it was just the low life that they are. Like, they are low life individuals. They really thought that they were going to brag about somebody flirting with me, and that my husband was going to leave me because they said that this dude and me had flirted.
Destruction of the Black family.
No, baby, you're not like, okay. So I don't come from a universe where men brag about flirting with women. Like, I don't know any man. Like, there's men who flirt with me
on YouTube. It's on
like all the time. I don't know no men that be like, yeah, I was flirting with Tawana, and I'm gonna get her marriage ended. Like, where are y'all from? They are the lamest dudes. Like, in Chicago, we call them lames because they dudes that they not used to being around women like of a certain caliber.
They call them lames in Germany.
They get excited when women of a certain calendar, like, count, you know, like, we give them a little compliment, you know, I might be a little nice, but for you to say that like it was something more than like flirtation, and like they had girls who was joining in on it and like giving them information like, yeah, she was flirting with this dude, and like they literally plotted to end my marriage, and they really thought they was gonna end my marriage, you know. But like me and my husband been together 5 years, you know, like we tell each other like I know everything and he know everything. You know, he knows about these YouTube spaces. He knows these conversations. He knows what's going on. Like, so he's looking at the videos and thinking like, who are these dudes? Like, these dudes are dudes. I don't know dudes like this. Like, these dudes are messy. These dudes are weird. He like actually was like, he seemed like a stalker, like he obsessed with you, you know, like that's the type of thing we thought. We was like, these dudes are weird as hell. Like, why he making videos about me? And he was dragging it along as if there was something salacious that happened. And it was literally like, okay, he flirted with me. Okay, yeah, I don't know what else. That's the story. That's the story. I mean, I guess he thought that was gonna ruin my marriage. Like, I never met this man. I never planned on meeting this man. I literally just was on another show with this dude and brought this dude to the space. Like, I brought this dude to that space because I thought that he was like cool. I'm like, he is a cool dude. Like, he'll get along in the space. I think he could join the garden. Chef. I'm like, oh, he could be a part of the garden. So I literally was doing that, and he was on everybody's show. Everybody was putting him on the panels. He was a dude that I brought over because I was like, oh, cool, this is a dude. He on my show.
Mr. Nipples.
Yes, and so I call him Fake Boy. So Fake Boy, like he was like, you know, whatever. And I never expected him to like go on the show and be like, she was flirting with me and like whatever, and like literally try to ruin my marriage. Like, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? Like, who does that? I don't know men who talk about flirting with somebody. Like, I don't know men like that. I don't know that. So it was just weird for me that they had an agenda to ruin me. But at the end of the day, what happened is they knew my history with Lapeef, and they used that to they wanted to have another viral moment. I think they thought my husband was going to pop up on the screen again. I think they thought we was going to go blow to blow with them again. I think they really thought there was going to be a viral moment from that. And like, I'm not going to entertain y'all. Like, I don't feel the need to defend myself against lies. You're calling me a cheater. I ain't never cheated on my husband. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? You saying stuff, y'all making up stuff, y'all making stories sound worse than what it is, like, because they were like, oh, Anton did this, so guess what? We can do this to her too. And then they all partnered together like a bunch of little bitches and did it. And like, yeah, I think they're a bunch of little. Now these dudes, they're all dead to me. Like, I don't have nothing to say to them. Now, Anton, me and him, we just let bygones be bygones. He apologized. I moved.
Yeah, you gotta let them know about the you know, I gotta make sure we keep it fairness in terms of journalistic integrity, and we ain't finna be here all night. But yes, Anton did apologize in terms of the conversation.
Yeah, he did.
And you know, I was happy that night because of the fact that even though it was on a particular platform, I was happy that night you were able to have that catharsis, which is removing that weight off your shoulders and have your tears, but also him admitting, you know, because we do understand too, and I think you understand more than some others, that at some point in Anton's movement from where the Lapeef show started earlier to where it got to at that point, I thought that Anton took on a villain character arc where it was almost like he started getting, you know, where it was like, yeah, you know, I'm gonna start. He started. It was almost like trolling a little bit.
Yeah.
Would you agree? Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
And I witnessed that, and I recognized certain things. I've been in show business since I was 16, so I was able to recognize that, and I think that's where one of the disconnects happened, where he hit that villain arc, and you switch characters sometimes.
He wanted to be a villain,
guy. Right? Kobe was the good guy,
yeah.
but at one point, people didn't really love him until he became Black Mamba. And it was almost like, I believe at that point, it was Anton's Black Mamba mentality, and his character arc took over, because outside of
he wanted to take everybody down.
Right. And remember Hannibal, outside of the YouTube spaces and all of that stuff, when it came down to it, if you guys ever met him in person, he's a beautiful guy, man. When I say a beautiful, but look, you got to remember, I'm a dude from Brooklyn, so
yeah,
I've been around.
You're very nice. I understand.
I've been around people that are kind, and I've been around killers.
Listen, he didn't tell your husband he got receipts on you and call you out your name. But see, the thing is,
I ain't have a husband in a minute now.
I understand. But let me be clear. Anton apologized about inferring that there was any sexual relationship with us. He did not apologize for calling me a drunk. He did not apologize for some of the other stuff that he did. So me and him, because I told him, unless you publicly apologize and say that you lied on me, I don't want to have anything to do with you. So even though we have squashed the beef or whatever, I made that very clear that I want a public apology. And so I think that it's just kind of at this point in their career, I don't think that they want to do that. Right. I mean, you don't want to come on the show and say you lied about whatever, or you dramatized some stuff. I feel like we resolved it in personally. Yeah. And we just moved on. But at the end of the day, what he did to me, I'm not cool with that. So I understand that some people may have moved on, Chef, but the apology, I ain't cool. It ain't like we, I'm gonna call Anton and be like, hey, come on, come to my house for the barbecue.
So the apology in terms, if you think about how you feel that you were harmed or aggrieved, the apology was more like he put a little something on it, but he didn't actually clear the entire emotional debt.
No.
Is that accurate?
Absolutely. That's exactly how I feel. I feel like, people can clarify that part, but no, they still, I need him to say that I said this and I should not have said that. And I need him to own it and really own up to it. And if that's not what he gonna do, then it's fine. Let's just keep the relationship severed. You know what I mean? And that's okay with me. It's okay with me if we just we don't communicate anymore. Because that level of disrespect, I think it opened the door for other men to feel like they can treat me like that too. And for me to be associated, and I'm not gonna blame Anton completely, because me just choosing to be associated with those losers was also my choice, and so I have to take full responsibility for not knowing the type of people I was in association with, not knowing things that I should know about people before I partner with them, before I get involved, before I start to attach myself to their brand. Something that I'm more intentional about now, for sure. Just being intentional about knowing who the hell I'm associating myself with and who I'm dealing with, because I'm definitely, gonna be, listen, that's why I'm with the tea ladies. Okay. We all upstanding women. Okay.
Shameless plug. So listen, let me talk about this, because I'm gonna take this show back. I told your ass I only needed you 45 minutes.
Okay.
I'm running my whole goddamn thing.
Listen, you can cut this up and make several videos, honey. We got a lot of content on this one.
Okay, but a lot of it.
So I'll say this to you. I ain't gonna lie. Well, let me say this. It's two things. One of the things is this. I think it's important that you've had your previous catharsis, which is letting off what you feel off your chest, getting it off your chest, and tonight's catharsis, right?
Mm-hmm.
And because I got nothing but love for JR and Anton, right? I know in terms of them being the brothers that I know that I've been around, I've had an opportunity to touch, break bread with, talk, you know, and do different things. That I'll say this issue that you have with them, it may not be the end all be all. Your trust, your level and degrees of trust may not allow you to open your emotional bandwidth to them again.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you this, some of my most loyal, trusted G's in my life were dudes I had to knuckle up with early on. You feel what I'm saying?
Beat them down first.
You know, and what I say is this, those relationships, those are the ones that when I came to Atlanta, I know those dudes would be the ones that would be quick to bust a shot or take a shot for my child, my children, or any of my loved ones that they see out there. And I just believe in the grand scheme of things because I believe you're a star, Tawana.
Thank you.
We know JR is a star. We know Anton is a star. I believe you're a star. And I do believe that once you guys all progress past a certain tier, the old shit is going to be old shit. And in this situation, because I'm a man and I understand, I got to salute CG, Big Chris, Mr. Gillen, you know what I mean? Your husband, because of course he's, you know, Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, which encompasses Art Scales, B. Nix, Kevin Samuels, my little brother Guyton Erasme, and multiple of other of my beloved brothers that I know. Yeah. Okay. I'll say this to you. The reason that, because I wasn't going to do it, I told Andrea when she was like, yo, I want to interview Tawana because I just saw the video, you know, Andrea, and what did I said? I was like, yo, you realize what you're doing?
Yeah.
You know? I was like, yo, you realize that I love those bros right there, right?
Yeah, you do.
And I was like, yo, I can't fuck with this, Andrea. She's like, but Chef, I saw that video. Oh my God, Bubba. I was like, you don't understand. And I told her, I was like, yo, Tawana ain't even gonna do that. Do you understand all the stuff that was said? He's not gonna do that. I said, then I don't think
I told Andrea, I said, I don't talk about this at all. Right. I don't give them no attention. But
I gotta stop you.
I wanted to
stop you.
Yeah.
And then just respectfully, I'm stopping you. I was like, yo, I don't think you understand, Andrea, because I was like, she didn't know nothing. She didn't know nothing after that. She didn't know about the KWK. I was like, yo, I don't think she want to talk about this. And then she let me talk, and she was like, Chef, Tawana said she would do it. I was like, and literally, I was like, yo, what the fuck is Tawana thinking?
Yeah,
I was always more so angry that I didn't want to speak about it, but I'm always an open book. Like if someone asks me a direct question, like I'll answer, you know, because I don't feel like I got anything to hide, but I don't feel like I have to defend myself against lies either. Like I just don't feel like I have to go and say something against whatever they were saying about me. I'm like, dude, I don't have to defend against these lowlifes. Y'all believe them? Like something wrong with y'all if y'all believe whatever they're saying about me. Like I'm not about to sit here and do that. What I was like thinking about was like, what are my kids gonna see? Like, how am I going to explain this to my kids? Like somebody putting me on a flyer and calling me out my name, or, you know, making claims that I don't know who, you know, my child's father is, or just saying the most hateful stuff. I'm like, what am I going to say to my kids, you know? But I was like, you know, my kids, like, they know me for real. Like, my kids are more so like, who the hell are these people that's saying this about my mom? And I know damn well that my mom ain't do this. Like, and I think my kids are more smart enough to be like, they are like, this is bullshit, you know? So I kind of felt like at that point, I was more so worried about like that, like my kids and how they would feel about it and how that would impact them, you know? But now I'm just like, dude.
When I seen that, I was like, Chef, you didn't tell me Tawana was like a firecracker like me. I was like, oh my God. And I said, now I know why E Black kept saying, Drea, you and Tawana should work together. Chef was like, you and Tawana should work together. I was like, okay. And when I talked after the show Friday night, I was like, Tawana, girl, I didn't know this would happen to you. Didn't tell me.
Right.
And I was like,
exactly.
And I was like, how about you do an interview? You didn't even say it. You didn't even think of the second part. You say, yeah, I'll do it. And I was like, okay. Then I was like, then I called you and I was like, is the can Chef join too? I think it'd be good. And he was like, sure. And I just think we wanted to know, after I seen that, I wanted to know the real Tawana. Where you come from, what's all about. And I enjoyed it. I love your spunk. I love the firecracker in you. And now I know where all that comes from. Now I know all the who you are and what you are. So in the mother that you are. So,
and that's what I wanted y'all to see. Like what made me the way I am, why I responded the way I responded, but then like also just knowing who I am and knowing what's true and what's not. Like understanding like what happened with those situations and why it was even put out like that. Like I want you guys to know me differently, because like what they try to represent about me was just, it's like not true, you know. It's like just not who I am. And so, you know, it was difficult, but I love that I went through this so that I know how to pick these dirty, like I can spot a low life from a mile away now. Like don't you dare come near me. I mean, I feel like now I'm more protective of my space in this space, and like I will not work with certain people. I mean, there's people now like, can I do an interview with you? Can you partner with me? I'm like, no.
But the one thing when I seen that video, shout out to Chris. Okay, I was like, yes, my brother. I was like, that's what you do for your wife. I was like, yes. When he showed up and he was like, I was like, yes, that's what you do for your wife. So I was like, that's kind of brother I want my team, because he was like, oh, you're not gonna. I was like, yes. So shout out to him.
Exactly. Like they really like you could talk all kind of smack over the internet, but anybody see my man in person, they mouth will be, I'm sorry, I didn't do that. I mean, trust me. So I was just like, dude, talk all your stuff over the internet all you want. Like, but
I can't lie.
It is whatever.
Me personally, my balance and all of that level-headedness, that's a martial art, and it's a practice that I apply to myself all the time because I work in the corporate America. But I would say in certain situations, and you know, man, I got almost 1 million freaking flyer miles. I get around the country. You understand what I'm saying? And I travel in certain ways. And I will say that in that situation, I got to give respect to hubby, to Big Chris, CG, you know, Big Noop. He was better than me, and I'm glad he was better than me, because obviously I care for those other people too at this point. My heart, you know, and my mind work independently of each other. But it was like, yo, you know, I'm an up close and personal guy, right? So I got to respect his level of decorum, his level of understanding. And, you know, at the end of the day, you know, the streets or the suburbs wouldn't have been upset with the way that he responded, because you are his queen. And does he have any other children?
Who? No. I mean, we have.
No. Him individually.
No.
So his queen that bore his only child
Yes.
on this world.
That's
You
right.
know, that's heavy. You could have called me super simp when my son was born. You know, so at the end of the day, man, all I could say is this. You know, we got you, Tawana G,
Yeah.
from the young age, and we moved you through middle school to high school to college and into this YouTube jungle. And you had some of the biggest battles that you had to have for not even being in the goddamn beef sector, right?
Yeah.
True. Facts.
But you were able to make it through, and even the people that you may have seen as adversaries at some point, you know, have shown love and almost acquiesced to what took place. So now, in order for us to wrap this thing up, because YouTube, these YouTube folks, they want us to go till like 5 a.m. Eastern.
Okay, they'll have me on here. You know, I didn't did
Right,
it.
I see. I'm like, yo, I thought I only had you hour and a half, 2 hours. I'm like, yo, look.
I said 2 hours. I've been on here how long? I didn't told you 2 hours.
Okay.
Look, so y'all don't know. I got that game. I got that gift of gab. You know what I mean? I make the ladies stay over and stuff. You know what I mean? They ready to leave 20 minutes later, but then they wake up in the morning like, it's morning.
You are so funny. You are funny. Yeah.
Listen,
I definitely gotta go in a minute though, because I gotta go to work.
No, I understand. Look, I start work at 9 a.m. tomorrow, so I understand.
Listen.
But yo, listen, here's what I want to say to you.
Yeah.
This is just a little bit of advice. My sister, you're a powerhouse.
Yeah.
The way that you articulate yourself, the way you deliver your essence, your energy, your magic, your spirit, and all of that stuff, your thunder, you have a voice.
Mm-hmm.
What took place before is what took place before.
Yeah.
Whatever Tawana that we talked about today does not have to be the Tawana of tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know, there'll be a bunch of people if I became a billionaire tomorrow and created the best invention. It's going to be about 146 dudes being like, oh, I remember when Chef used to get drunk and take a piss in the sink. It's going to happen like that. That's life.
That's just life, yeah.
But you made it through all of this, ma. You made it through all of this, ma. And all I can say is forget the past and move forward, because you are a force within this piece. You are one of the forces that helped me get into this whole thing. So I can literally say, you a mother, right? The only thing that
I'm happy you did it too, Chef.
Right. But I'm really, really, really want you as a person to look at yourself as that, and not to think of those things that happened previously as pain.
Yeah.
But for those things, you look at those things as lead-based weights that you lifted in order to build that muscle that makes you who you are now. You get what I'm saying? You bigger than that.
Yes.
You're about to drop love in a few months. You know, there's gonna be another G on this planet. You know what I mean? You don't have to stand up and show them.
Yeah, but, I do. Yeah, you got me.
And on that one is probably gonna be the smartest out of all of them, because they came from a wiser mom.
Look, I'm popping out. I am.
Bang, bang. Look at that. Baby, make the cradle shaker, y'all. But look, man.
I'm gonna give you some advice, because on this YouTube team, I know about all this. Keep doing you. Don't watch the past videos. Keep doing you. Keep evolution. Keep rebranding your stuff. And look, the haters are gonna always talk. You're always gonna have some haters. But if you trust in yourself, you trust in the projects that you're doing, and the people that you're working with now, baby, you can go farther. That's why I say to you, that's the piece I give to you.
Thank you. I love this, y'all. Y'all giving me all this good juju and this good energy. And it's like motivating me, you know.
Yeah, I ain't give you no juju. You get your juju from Chris. Don't get me in trouble now. You're a married woman now. He got your juju.
I just love that positive talk and reinforcement, because you know it's easy to doubt yourself in this space. It's easy to go through what you're going through and be like, this, I shouldn't do this. Maybe I don't have the insight, you know. So I'm just happy that I did connect with the right people, and like I'm finally doing projects that I feel like represent who I am, you know. And I'm staying away from projects that don't represent who I am. You know what I mean? So I'm like really just focused on, like you said, just building our channel and just building my brand back. So I'm that's where I'm at, you know. But I definitely ain't done. You know, I'm out here in these YouTube streets still.
They still out. We still out here.
They ain't scaring me away, you know. So I'm still out here. I'm still making shows. Like I'm still doing what I got to do. I just like really, I love our show, and you know, E Black, you know, he do a lot of the work. It's a lot of work. I'm a one-man show. I'm a one-man show.
The dynamic that we have, we're all different individuals. I like a different show. You like different show. I don't watch some other shows that 90 Day Fiance. I'm watching none of that bullshit. Okay, I'll watch it. But
I like that show, damn it. That one and Married at First Sight.
I love
Have
it.
some respect.
I dread to die like that.
But I will listen, okay? But my girls come over here and tell me what's happening. I'm gonna listen, okay? But
Joanna, look, my lady met Pedro and Chantel at the Kroger supermarket, not too far from the crib. I'm in Atlanta. Yeah.
When did she meet them? That's crazy.
This is less than a year ago. Yeah, they're local to us. Yeah,
they're right there in y'all backyard.
The dynamic between you, me, and Erica, and then we got our own names are in the name. I think that's awesome. So that's awesome. I think it's a dynamic and a good show. So shout out to E Black for putting us all together, because E Black was like, I want to do another show. I'm already doing 3 shows with Chef. I got my own channel. He was like, Dre, you can do this. I was like, man, my brother, do you know how busy I am?
Right.
But
it worked out. It worked out. Yes. And I think it's like I said, I'm just more intentional about projects that I'm doing, and I'm like, I'm aligning myself with what's natural for me. So this is working for me. You know, I like being in the manosphere space a little bit, so I might dibble and dabble in there here and there, but it's just really like what I'm passionate about. So I'm ready to take this off, you know, and do our thing. But yes, I appreciate this conversation, y'all. I'm glad that I got to talk about it. I felt like I wanted to talk about it when I was ready to talk about it. And I felt like I was in a safe space to talk about it. I know Chef had a friendship with certain people, and I don't want you to feel any way, but I do have to tell my story. You know what I mean? I had to tell my side, you know, and I didn't expect you to take my side. I just wanted you to be open to hearing it, you know.
I'm not doing that. I was like, well, why? Every time I come with a new idea, you be like, I ain't doing that. I said, Chef, Tawana already said she would do it.
She gotta do it.
Let me explain all this shit to you, Andrea. I was like, she already said yes.
So here's what I need. What I need is literally just only 2 minutes. Why? I'm leaving what's up on the screen.
Okay.
For these 2 minutes, I need you guys to go over to my sister Tawana G's channel and hit the subscribe button and hit the bell and hit the one at the top that says all right? And while we're doing that, the 2 minutes, because we wrapping up before 420, but we're going to be wrapping up. Go now. I need everybody watching to go subscribe to Tawana's channel. Boom. Just like the squad, you don't need to get there early. That way they won't have time to go looking around. It's the perfect spot. You know why they went with it? That's all them country clowns know, is bushes and trees. Okay, If they want to just give it to me like that, I'll take it.
Why you sending the squad though? I can take them all by myself.
Look, I'm aware that in chess, you can never unduly expose a power piece, Roy. The squad's gonna be all in the bushes, Caleb. Gonna teach this newcomer the game, city style.
Oh, well, like you said, I'm hungry. I need to eat. I gotta get to the bag.
Yeah, okay, we'll see. We'll see. Put it right there. A little wager. If I miss, the cash is yours. But if I make that shot, you owe me double.
Wait, I don't got that kind of money.
Calm down. Almost. Go ahead. Take it. It's yours. Roy, take him to the back. Make sure he gets a good one. Clean.
Cool.
Yeah, I just paid you to learn a lesson, so you best not forget it. In life, we put it all on the line every day, but you lose when you get too fancy. And that was part of one of, I'm also a voiceover actor. I was part of a project called Life or Death, a live graphic novel experience, and it was produced and directed by Frank Gooden II. But I took that time just to give you guys the opportunity to go and subscribe to Tawana's channel. I'll be honest with you. I'm sitting here in a monetized state, and I have no clue whatsoever. And I'm speaking humbly that this wonderful sister, this powerhouse, is not monetized as yet, right? But I'm gonna blame it on your mind and not your heart. And your motherfucking fingers. These ain't spirit fingers. These are spirit fingers.
Let me
use
say
them
this.
spirit fingers and put that spirit. No, I can't say put that spirit fingers on Tawana. She married. Put them spirit fingers in her YouTube. Ooh, that sounds crazy, Paul.
You are
Just
so funny.
hit subscribe, damn it. How about that?
Yeah, I subscribe to both of the channels. I subscribe to both of them.
Yes, thank you so much. I see the subscriptions. I appreciate it. They definitely went over their chef and subscribed. So I appreciate y'all.
I appreciate you. I want to thank you so much. Wait. Let me, just because she got the new hair, she got the new hair on. Let me get her out of this thing here. Because, between her different hairs that she have over 3 months, I know there's some Brazilian, half Malaysian lady somewhere tied up in the basement, bald, on account of this one right here. Look, this one right here.
Cute, okay.
You better stroke it like you stroke it when we got the sexy men on the panel. Stroke your damn hair, woman. Oh, I can look. If I don't laugh, I die.
Over here, I'm the only girl over here. I got to be cute.
What do you mean you're the only girl over here? Look to your left, woman.
I was like, look, Tawana's coming on tonight. I need some new hair. I need a new outfit. Let me show up. Let me show my okay?
You're looking good, girl.
You made me put the blazer on for
I
you.
said, Chef, you gotta dress up.
Andrea, she be like, look, I need you to dress up, Chef.
Chef is clean. That's what we say in Chicago. Boy, that boy clean like that.
You don't even know. You ain't seen me at the stepper sets. I've been to the stepper sets. I do my thing,
Do your thing.
I do my thing. But look, we gonna wrap this up.
Yes. Thank you.
Tawana, obviously you are honored guest tonight, so I have to let you go first, but I want to thank you so much for being a part of this. I wouldn't have thought about it. You've been in my circle, and the love that I have from where you came from and the part you played, I felt like I told Andrea, I was like, yo, I'm not gonna ask for that because I would feel disrespectful. I didn't want to treat you like that. I grew up in the music industry, so I don't even ask my big time music artist friends to assist me in things because love is love, business is business. But then Andrea was like, Chef, relax. She told me okay. I was like, so I got to put the love I got for you and the love I got for her in the same envelope, because, you know, they talk about intentional and not letting women this, that, and the other and all of that. Ain't no red pill tonight, you know.
Right.
The power of y'all two sisters allowed something beautiful to happen on my channel, and I appreciate and got nothing but love for both of you. All right. Thank you.
Thank you,
Bang,
Andre.
bang, bang, bang.
Yeah.
So
No, the pleasure is all mine, my sister.
I love it.
So
I'm so happy I met her. I'm just so happy that, you know, we connected. And I'm glad that I was able to kind of give y'all like more of who I am. So like y'all can know me outside of what you know from all these other things, you know. So hopefully, yeah, hopefully we'll do this again, you know. Maybe not. Maybe not.
I think it's good to know who you work with, because you know your background. I was like, oh yeah, that's the sister I want to go to. We go to war. That sister, because I say she gonna have a back. Okay?
Tonight was worth
it. I don't play about my people. I don't play, you know.
Tonight is worth it because, you know, Andrea, she got to return those rented lashes like by noon tomorrow. So it was worth it. So, yo, this is the way that we rock it when we end this piece, Tawana. I would like you to let the folks in the garden that watch this show, I want you to let them know what makes you a wonderful, special, unique soul within this universe.
Oh, what makes me a special, unique soul? I think most importantly is just my heart. I'm very loving. I'm very giving. I'm very thoughtful. I am a nurturing person, and I am a very like loyal person to my family and my friends, you know. And so people know me as the person that they can depend on, rely on, and just will always like be there for them, you know. So that's just truly like who I am at the core, you know. So that's me. That's what I think makes me unique. So
You're on mute, Chef.
I do that. That's my disease. I have mute pox. All right. Muty pox. Don't mind me, right?
That's so
look,
funny.
Yo, thank you, man. All I can say is thank you. Thanks for joining this. You know, if you were not a part of the Lapeef show, my lady probably wouldn't have watched the shit with me. You know, so you know, thank you for being the token woman on the show, right?
Exactly.
But yeah, you're great. Awesome. You're awesome, and you know, I don't say goodbye. I say see you later, because we ain't finished, my sister.
See you later.
See you later. Right, Andrea, anything to say to the sister? Oh shit, y'all got a show. Y'all finna do a show in like 48 hours.
We gonna see you. I'm gonna see you Friday night. You know how we get down to tea, ladies. Okay, but you know what? I'm glad that we done it. I think I know you a little better, and I'm glad when I work with people, I do want to know who I work with, and so I felt like I didn't know you as I know you now, and I'm glad I seen that video. And now the reason I wanted to do the interview because I seen that video, and I want to know more about you. So I do think if you're working with somebody, you need to know if the YouTube people come out to us, or you going to war with me. Because if you're not going to go to war with me, I can't be your partner on something. That's important to me. So it's not loyalty, but if
Jared like to fight.
If we gonna go to war, I know Tawana gonna have my back, and she gonna wait till I get off this camera and say, "Girl, you know you was wrong, but we understand it, okay?
I got your back. I might not even tell you wrong. I might just stick in your wrongness. That's how I am."
At least I do know that. So I'm glad I got to know the movie of Tawana and the evolution. And honey, bless you with the new baby coming and everything.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank
Oh,
you.
yeah. Thank you, Tawana. What
No.
I'm going to do is I'm about to pull you down. Give me a second. I'm going to pull you down, but thank you so much for gracing the garden with your spot. And like I said, you already know, you always welcome here. You got a room in this spot, in this crib. The key is actually under the rock next to the left bush on the left side of the door. So you know where to come see us. All right?
Got it. I got
Peace,
that.
love, and light, sister. All right.
See y'all.
Now, let me talk about this nappy-headed broad on the right side of me. Ain't no naps over there. And any of them, them suckers is glued down. Andrea, listen. Let these folks know what makes you, and I'm gonna put you on solo. Let these folks know what makes you a special, unique soul within this crazy friggin' universe. Let's go.
I'm Andrea, a girl from California, a mom, friend. You know, I was trying to get good content on YouTube streets, and sometimes I think we need to know the people that we work with. And so I wanted to have this interview with Tawana because I work with her on the Tea Ladies. So Friday night, come over there on E Black's channel because we're gonna give you some reality shows to look at. And that's what makes me a unique person. Okay, that's it. But do y'all think I'm cute tonight?
No, that's what makes her a unique person because she thinks she's cute when she ain't. You just alright, you alright. Yeah. But look at here, look at here. This is where the sex appeal. You ain't understand.
I can't beat it. We still got two divas. Look at you.
Yeah,
Okay?
watch this light skin shit. This is how light skin do in the mirror. We be like,
look, see, that's what I said. I had to come through tonight because I told you. Look, you can't have two divas. Somebody got to be the one diva. So there's two around here, you and me.
listen. You got your hair on fleek. I'm gonna give you that. But I told your ass, don't get too on fleek. You know what I mean? Tawana was the star, not you. I said you're gonna be the chick that's gonna show up to you're gonna show up to the goddamn wedding in the halter mini dress, the red halter mini dress.
Really? That's why
right?
With
the nipple showing us some weird shit.
That's why I
mean?
not.
This is Tawana's show, not yours. But you know what? We're gonna do a show tomorrow about how Andrea tried to outstunt Tawana tonight.
No, I did not.
Listen, y'all. She paid $800 for that hair.
I didn't pay $800 no hair.
That ain't coming out of the Chef Shapino channel budget. Hell nah. The most I pay for is the lashes. And them joints is like $80.
But $8 lashes.
Well, yo, listen, man. Andrea said what makes her a special, unique soul. We just gave her an opportunity to, you know, show them edges, show that hair. You know what I mean? That shit don't pay for itself. But the super chats say that your ass is paying for it because you only got about $8 tonight. But I'm gonna leave that alone. Yo, I don't know what else to say, man. Tonight was a beautiful night. Y'all got me to put slacks on. You got me to put shoes on. You know what I'm saying? Got the fedora popping. It was for Tawana. It was for Andrea because I thought she wanted to do it on her page. But it was also for you guys. So all I could say with the most heartfelt sincerity that I could deliver, I deliver a thank you to Andrea for the idea that I wouldn't have done. I say thank you to Tawana for the level of candor, 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 which is openness, honesty, and the full view of what's going on. And I send a special salute and shout out to hubby Chris Gillen for allowing us to have this many hours with his beloved wife to speak her speak. I made money. I've done different things. but it's creating moments. Those are the things that make me feel the most powerful as an individual. And knowing and having the opportunity to get feedback in real time about what I've done. It's beautiful. It's like getting a report card while you're still doing the test. You guys did that for me, and I appreciate you. So I got to send you guys out. You know how this works. I'll send you out of this place, but I don't just send you out walking out to the streets like a bogus-ass nightclub. I literally send you out on a magic carpet with a big-ass V in the middle of it, which represents how I send you out. I just need you folks who are veterans to this thing here to put that shit in the chat and stop playing. Thank you, Gabrielle. Y'all know how I send you out. Aaron Laura said vibing. Gabrielle said vibing. Danique said vibing. Abso-effing-lutely vibing. Peace, love, light to each and every single one of y'all. For my labor of love. Salute. Let's freaking go!
Club on jump, it's the weekend. Dream come true with the big friends. Hitting on doors, that's a defense. Rolling with all, that's that offense. It me change, you let me preach it. With a bull shaking to my maybe drop bands. Today on by and I say, today on by you the kid play. Baby, tell me what you want. Julian, well I know you ain't fun. Ever since remember that we been knocking at the door. Y'all been moving paper, we be running up the school. Yeah, before that building, we was sleeping on the floor. West side Africa, you know the shit ain't cool. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, baby, come roll with me. All night long. As times relax, my mind's relaxed. I got now from who got next. Here's my number, just send a text. You got a man and she responds, nah. Okay, showing up. I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up. I'ma call your phone when I'm putting up. Whoever let you go must be them as far. Wait far. Girl, you so fine, I pay for. Fly you first class to LA for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Because I don't care what you say. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, driving all night long. Why did I kill it? Night long. It's the part where you get your girl, nigga. Make sure she focused, nigga. Make sure you focus, nigga. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, hit it. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. That's a hit for your ass, nigga. Hit for your ass, nigga. Prophet the one. Follow me.
Vibing all night long. 4 hours, 36 freaking minutes on a Tuesday. Tuesday or Wednesday? Is this Wednesday? Oh, shit. Thursday. It's all a blur for me. Peace, y'all. We out.